And welcome back to Making Law Simple. My name is David Helm. I am a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan. Hopefully you can hear everything. And good. So I am dual streaming with Valhalla for this afternoon. Baker he might make it a little bit. I screwed up. I'm just trying to pin a link to his stream and doing this last minute, and it's a pain in the ass. And there we go. But welcome, everybody. Welcome. Project Metal Music. A up, everyone. A up to you. Yes, and Valhalla will be joining us later in a little bit. And Jamie will be joining us as well. I actually went early because we have the judge on the bench and she is talking, and I didn't want you guys to miss anything. So we're gonna get going here. But this is the Jessy Kurczewski, however you say her name, murder trial for poisoning with Visine, of all things. Visine used to poison people. So this is an interesting case that Broken Baker has been covering and plans on covering for the next 5 weeks. 5 weeks. But I am covering for him today, along with Valhalla, and Jamie will be joining shortly. And but let's get going.
Everyone, I will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Oh my God.
Abby Nikolai, Randy Sitzberger, and JJ Crawford appearing for the state.
Don Kukler and Pablo Galaviz appearing with Ms. Kurczewski. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Did the parties have an opportunity to meet and confer regarding the state's October 23 letter and prior convictions for witnesses?
Yes.
We did.
Are there any agreements?
Hot-headed.
We've reached agreements on every one of them.
All right, we'd like to put that on the record for me then.
Hot-headed.
And I have it in front of me, so if we just follow that, and I know they're all under one, so, well, some are under one, some are under two, so just say 1A, et cetera, and then I'll just take some notes.
Bible lady,
Okay.
welcome back.
So number 4, we have agreed on 0. And everyone else is 0 on
It is
that
at
page.
1.25. We are
Moving to
getting
the
caught
next
up.
page,
Let's slow
number
it down to normal
17.
speed.
We've agreed on 2.
How's my volume,
And,
by the way, to the court when I'm talking? Is it
number
okay?
You said 17
You
has
guys hear
2?
me?
Yes.
Where it's at full volume.
And number 20 has 5.
Judge Imani.
21 has 0. 22 has 1.
You guys hear me okay when the court's going and I'm talking? I will try to pause it if I need to go
Sorry.
long.
And then on the supplement,
Thank you. I was going to say there's the second person.
number 2 on the supplement, AR, we have agreed on 15.
Thank you. Is that all accurate, Attorney Nicolai?
Yes, it is, Judge.
All right, great. Thank you. I've made some notes on that, so I'll keep those handy. And for whomever calls that particular witness with a prior record, it's that party's responsibility to advise the person of the number of prior convictions if they are asked regarding that.
Oh, yes. We have to go over all the prior convictions.
Yes.
All right, then we have everyone in the jury room, and also want to provide just a bit of information. When juror number 28 arrived today, he approached Monica Paz and indicated he now recognizes a name of one of the witnesses, that being John Friot. He indicated he only knew this person as Mr. Friot and that Mr. Friot's son, Michael, is his boss. So I wanted to provide that information that was provided. And
She seems to be about the same, with or without
obviously,
Darrell.
throughout questioning, they were asked multiple times about knowledge of this case. And I'd have to look at my notes, but I'm not sure what this witness's answer was. But if in your review of your notes, you believe some questioning of the juror outside the presence of the other jurors is needed, just let me know and we can do that at an appropriate time.
There was an case earlier this year, apparently. Seems to be a trend.
All right. Anything else we need to address prior to bringing in the jurors?
She's extremely long-winded. She talks and talks and talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. She literally said she's just like stream of consciousness talking from the bench earlier this morning. So
any witness as an alcoholic in the defense,
She's the
they're
same.
not going to be referring to Lynn Hernan as an alcoholic in opening statements.
Okay, thank you. How about from the defense?
I have no response, Judge.
Any other issues or
Nope.
issue you wish the court to address before we bring the jury out?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
One
very-
other thing, Judge, I do want to bring up the question about where you're going to bring in jurors 27 and 29, so we could hear a
Not
little
at this
bit.
time. They're here. No one was needed to be picked up. So at this time, no. I don't want to highlight anything or single them out in any way. Like I said, I hope they just come, and maybe it was just a moment of frustration. If it becomes an issue going forward, or you notice something that would require my attention, let me know. Thank you. All right,
There
Madam
is
Clerk, go
something
ahead.
that requires your attention, Judge, Mommy. Apparently, that's what she's known by. That's not the name I gave her. That's what others are calling her.
Judge, I can't see Ms. Kugler with this podium. I don't know if it could be moved up more towards the roll. Yeah.
Yes, closer to the,
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
will you be able to see Attorney Sitzberger then?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Lori.
Yeah, maybe we do have an issue, Judge.
Can you tell them to hold off, please, Madam Clerk? Give me a second.
We do need to look at that juror a little bit closer, number 28.
Hold on, I want to make sure that. Yeah, I know. Tell them that they know to wait.
Yeah,
Okay, why is that?
Because that's, we have the deceased. Jennifer Dorow.
Right, but this person said they only recognize the name because Mr. Fryett's son is his boss.
Right.
But he did, unless you can tell
That
me,
was perfect
he
for her talking.
indicated he had heard about this case.
That's why I wanted a minute to look at it.
Go ahead, you can look at it, but unless he answered that question.
So they're going to grab a juror. So what she's talking about is earlier this morning, there was one potential juror that after all the jury voir dire and after the jury was selected, decided, oh, I have an issue, and notified everyone today about it. And the judge is like, I repeatedly asked over and over and over if there's any issue that prevented you from sitting as a juror.
George, are we off the record?
Well, I'm glad you're here for the moment.
No,
Show
I'm
some love and
just waiting
smack
for
that thumbs
Madam
up. Come
Clerk to
back
grab
later.
the
We'll be here all day.
jury questionnaire for number 28.
We're about 4 minutes behind, and we are running at 1.25. We'll speed it up a touch. Also, Valhalla is streaming this, dual streaming with me. He's going to be taking over the stream when I have to leave. And link to his stream, to his channel, and this particular coverage is pinned at the top of the chat. If you guys want to go over there, give him a like, thumbs up, a subscribe, all that good stuff. Hey, Jay-Z. I appreciate it very much. Everyone should be doing. Take a lead from Jay-Z. Hit the like on your way into chat, and then it's out of the way. I appreciate it very much. Jackpot Springs, welcome. Okay, let's just get past this.
Company, so presumably his boss is the president. So it's a little different than just, some boss at a place.
All right, I'll bring him out and we
How does he
can
not know
question him on whether he has any information
his
about
boss
this
is
case. Or
affiliated with this case?
have we been able to confirm that
And
the witness's son is Michael? You know?
Oh,
All right.
And I
witness's
also can see in
son
my
worked
notes that
for
when the jurors were
witness.
asked if they knew other people, juror 28 was one person that somebody knew.
Right.
on the
We're not going to
panel.
revisit any of that. We're simply going to ask about this new information.
Okay, I thought you
I
wanted to
see
know
ya.
about our notes. I understand that.
Oh, all right. No, I was just looking to see if the note had anything specific. Right over there. Right in the end is fine.
Is Dave in here? Where's Sue Hopper?
You can sit back there. It's fine. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Just a couple of questions. Just confirming you are juror number 28.
Correct.
All right. You approached, I believe it was Monica Paz today, to advise her that upon reflection, you recognized one of the names referenced as a witness.
Correct.
And that's John Fryatt.
Correct.
And you believe that you know his son.
I do know his son.
All right.
I
Go
work
ahead.
for the press companies. Mike is my superior.
All right.
And John, oh, sorry.
And have you met John Fryatt?
Maybe once at our company.
Have you ever overheard or spoke directly with your boss about this case?
No.
Had you heard about this case prior to coming in for jury service?
No.
Anything about your work?
He went home and talked
relationship,
about this case with his son.
knowing that
That's how he learned
someone
about it.
you know has a relative who may be a witness that would impact your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
I just know I'm very close with Mike and our leadership team. And so I know Mike has spoke very, very highly about his father. He's not spoke about any cases, but I know, I think very highly of their family. And
Hey, reindeer.
so that weighs in on me trying to be an impartial juror.
Sure, you understand you'd have to make a credibility determination regarding all of the witnesses.
Correct.
And whatever your opinions or feelings about them as a family, you would need to make your determinations based only on what is presented in the courtroom, the law as the court defines it for you. Do you understand that?
Yes,
And would you be able to do that?
I would hope so.
Yeah, after they were impaneled.
All right,
then he
any
wanted
questions
to
from
get
the
a
state?
5-week trial. Yeah, like,
No.
off of
How about
this
from the
thing.
defense?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Juror 28. If you were then to learn during the course of this trial that your boss, Mike, is related to the deceased in this case, do you think that that might affect your ability to be fair in this case?
Yeah, that would have an impact because he's like a family member to me.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Just get him off the jury.
Sir, are you able to set your personal feelings and opinions aside and make a decision in this case based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as the
These are
court
the
defines
BS
it
questions
for
they
you?
always ask jurors.
I would hope so.
It's nonsense. You could say yes or no.
Thank you.
Doesn't make it more true or
You can take them back and we'll let you know when we're ready.
I'd boot him. Boot.
All right,
boot.
any requests from the parties at this time, from the state?
No.
From the defense?
Yes, we're asked that he be removed from the panel. His boss, who's like family to him, is
the
family.
state's
of Lynn
witness. I
Hernan.
would ask the
His
same.
boss is related to Lynn.
It's not a statutory bias, obviously. He is not related by blood or marriage to a victim. He did testify or provided information today that his boss, someone he has a good relationship with, on leadership with, and knows that
Impaneled the
this
jury.
individual, his
They
boss,
can't
has
just
spoken
go
highly
back and
of.
add another prospective juror. I mean, in theory, they could
Witness
toss
in
out
this
the whole
case.
panel and do jury voir dire again, but she does not want to do that.
It is true that I don't know the relationship. Someone to remind me again between the witness and the deceased. How close are they?
John Fried is a cousin of Lynn Hernan.
Do we know to what degree?
First cousin.
First cousin?
Yes.
Do you believe that to be accurate, Attorney Nicolai?
I don't know what level cousin John Fryatt is to Lynn Hernan. What I do know is that the state doesn't anticipate calling John Fryatt, and we certainly did not anticipate eliciting any testimony about the familial relationship through any other witnesses. So I think that this juror did not need to be told
Well, that's
that there was
essentially
any relation, because
that's essentially what the judge is saying. It's like, why wasn't this juror? Why didn't he speak up before? And the state was saying, well, we didn't know this or that, so he wouldn't have known enough information to raise an objection prior to this. And so that's what the state's saying here.
but nonetheless, the state does not believe that would come in to the evidence portion in this case at this time.
All right, given that additional information, I'm not going to excuse him at this time. He does have additional information regarding a familial relationship. And at an appropriate time, I will remind him and all jurors that any information, they learn, even through voir dire, if it's not presented as testimony
I mean, he
or
was
evidence,
honest.
should
He
not be
came
considered by
forward
them in any way. And if need be, I can certainly revisit this at the time when all evidence is closed, closing arguments and closing instructions have taken place, and this court
Yeah,
must address
That matters.
alternate
What's that?
jurors. But at this
None of
point,
that matters. Like once that's in your head, like I hate when I know that's the thing they do, but it's just like, well, I'll remind him. Well, he already knows that this is his
Yeah,
boss's
well aware.
cousin, who he feels like is a family member. Like he's not going to be able to get it out of his mind. He's
Right.
so
Yeah, his boss's father.
it was his boss's father's cousin, who he feels their family. So
I hate people that feel like their workforce is their family. Not people. It's a job.
he has not indicated he's unable or unwilling, and there's been no bias that has been established, and he'll remain on the jury. All right. We'll bring them out and we'll commence with instructions.
Oh, the jury instructions. I
oh
hate this
god.
part of class.
To better understand your functions as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case
Don't
based only
stir.
on the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not let any personal feelings about race, religion, national origin, sex, or age affect your consideration of the evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case
That's all I hear.
until
in my
all the
head.
evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face
Hey,
conversations.
Dave.
It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with
Presumably,
the parties,
keeping the witness
lawyers,
would
or
help the
witnesses,
state
do not
because it's a
speak with them.
state's
For their
witness
part, the parties,
that this
lawyers, or
guy
witnesses will
kind
not
of sort of
speak
knows, or at
publicly
least
to
his
the jury.
boss's cousin talks great about him
Do
or
not
something.
listen to any
So it would add
conversation about
credibility
this.
to that witness's statement, and the juror would more likely go in line with whatever this witness has to say as opposed to going against it. So
Yeah.
it helps the state by keeping this juror. That's why the state said, I think we're fine with keeping him. And the defense said, we want him gone.
Or any other electronic
If there's going to be a
application
bias
of
either
this
way, it's
trial.
going to be in favor of the
Do
state.
not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the
It's not
public
going to
records
be,
of any
it's
party or
not going to
witness.
be a deciding factor that turns this case around on appeal if there's a conviction. Unfortunately, that one and only thing is not going to be enough. That's why these things are important to be hashed out and ruled on properly at the trial level. Because this person is convicted and it goes all the way and this is the issue, it's not going to get turned over on that.
Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable
Jamie,
electronics
question for you.
applications or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case.
For
For example, do
the
not
victim and
communicate by
lovers.
telephone, blog post.
So what's the
email,
relation
text
between the victim and the
message,
defendant?
instant
Because I don't know
message,
this
social
case. I'm
media,
covering
both
for
or
Baker
in any
today.
other way,
I
on or off the computer.
all I know is
Do not permit
what
anyone
Baker
to
told me. I was
communicate with you
going
about
in,
this matter,
as he
either
says,
in
raw
person,
to this.
electronically,
But
or
as
by
far as I
any other
know,
means.
she was
If
just a
anyone
friend
does so despite your
and like
telling them
taking care
not
of her
to,
because
you should report that to me.
she was ill.
I appreciate
And
that
that's
it
why
is
it would be
convenient or
unusual
only
to
easy
have
to
monies
discuss this
going
case with
from
another
the
member
victim
of
to
your
the
household,
defendant because
but you may not
there's no
do
relation
so.
or anything. They're
This
just
case
friends.
must be decided
Yeah,
by you,
but
the jurors,
I mean,
based
that's
on
what
the
I'm getting
evidence
at.
presented in
Or,
the
I
courtroom.
mean,
People not
maybe
serving on
she's
this
claiming
jury
they're
do not
better
present
friends.
evidence,
They're
and
really
it is
close.
improper for them
I
to
know she was
influence
like
your
helping her,
deliberations and
like
decisions
her
in this
medical
case.
condition and stuff.
After this trial is completed,
Friends
you are free to
like Flux
communicate
and
with
Chandler are
anyone
friends, right?
in any manner.
Yeah.
These rules are
Yeah, I
intended
don't
to assure
deep
that
it.
jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If
Hey,
any juror has
Cindy.
reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and
Undercover
significant
lovers.
expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received.
Friends with
at trial.
financial benefits.
Evidence is
FWB.
first
Or no,
the sworn
FWFB.
testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes back to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was
Any
made.
more music? I agree.
By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You, jurors, are the judges of the credibility
Excuse
of the
me
witnesses
while I whip it
and the
out.
weight of the evidence. You are not required to, but you may take notes during this trial, except during the opening statements and closing arguments. The court will provide you with materials. In taking notes, you must be careful that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After the trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. You should pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and testimony introduced during the trial. During the course of a trial, the attorneys may refer to or use police reports with witnesses.
Salvador.
Normally, these police reports will not be
When you-
provided
Jimmy gets
to
confused
you.
too.
Yeah.
If you are not provided with a police report, you
They're
should
making
use your
everybody
collective
moist.
memory regarding any reference to police reports.
I doubt it.
It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the weight and to determine the effect
Oh, we're already
of the
caught up,
evidence
damn it.
as a whole.
It's like we could
You are
skip
the
ahead.
sole judges of the credibility. That is the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility
Oh, it
of
just
each
slowed down.
witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial. The witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand. The clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections. The opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about. The reasonableness of the witness's
looks
testimony. The apparent intelligence
that?
of the witness.
What was that?
Bias or
What?
prejudice, if any has been shown,
Look at her watch.
testified about. The reasonableness of the witness's testimony. The apparent intelligence of the witness.
Oh, that must have
Bias
been like a
or
camera stick or
prejudice,
something.
if
I thought
any
it was
has
like
been
a
shown.
little like twitch.
Possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either
It's
to support
absolutely
or to
innocent.
discredit the
Right.
testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight
Was a
you
glitch in the
believe
matrix.
it should receive. In your determination of credibility,
Oh, yeah,
you
I
must
have merch.
avoid any and all bias based on the witness's race,
If I don't have
national
something
origin,
You want,
religion,
let me know.
age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic.
She's not all right.
There's no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. The first count of the information charges that Jessy R. Kurczewski, on or about Wednesday, October 3 of 2018, at N16 W26 543 Meadowgrass Circle in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death
Welcome.
of Lynn Hernan
No, like,
with
you
intent to
haven't
kill
missed
that
anything
person,
important.
contrary to section 940.01 sub
Oh,
1
wait,
sub
except
A
for
of
jury
the
being
Wisconsin
questioned. We're done with
statutes.
it.
Yeah.
First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another.
Is this her second trial? I feel like it was. So that's the defendant right there. And she is alleged to have unalived her friend with Visine, poisoning with Visine, which is, I didn't know you could poison somebody with, but basically unalived her by putting Visine in her water and coffee and vodka or whatever. No, this defendant put it in her vodka and tested it, and apparently it made her sick or something like that. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so she unalived her friend with Visine after transferring something like $300,000 from her bank account into hers.
Yeah, well, she was doing a lot of money transfers throughout their relationship.
Yeah. So maybe it wasn't just then and there, but that's
yeah.
What
I don't think it was a large amount. I think it was little by little, like, and it added up. So
yes, yep, Visine, the eye drop stuff.
Yeah,
apparently,
I thought it would just make you have the runs. I did not know.
So the story is apparently kids were putting it in their friends' drinks to make them sick and have the runs. So Visine changed the formula to stop that, but it just kind of unalives you.
Now
so,
it just makes...
Good job, Visine.
Yeah, good job, Visine.
Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, the defendant caused the death of Lynn Hernan. Cause means that the defendant's act.
I think she was in her 60s, but she, from what I'm getting at, she was like chronic, like terminal, I think, or chronically ill or something.
Yeah, she worked as a caregiver, or she was friends with this woman, but acting like a caregiver. So the lady had something going on.
Yeah. So,
to be honest here, the lady was not well, and she only had a few years left anyways, and they were the shitty years. Did she do her a favor if she did do it?
Well, that's what she's claiming, is that the lady was not happy and wanted to unalive herself. So she was just basically being a friend. So we'll see.
Valhalla does look different. Valhalla's coming later. He's going to take
was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2, the defendant acted with the intent to kill Lynn Hernan. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act was committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reasoning for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict.
Oh, so she's like a Sarah Boone.
Seems like it.
Interesting.
We'll see.
Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt.
All right, fair enough, Farrell.
You should give it the weight it deserves under all
Valhalla's
circumstances.
stream is pinned at the
If you
top
are
of my chat. You
satisfied
guys can
beyond
go
a
over there right
reasonable
now and you won't
doubt that
miss
the
a thing.
defendant
Give
caused
him a
the
like,
death
give him
of
some watch
Lynn
hours.
Hernan with the intent to
Give
kill,
him
Yeah,
a sub.
you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree
Oh, he's got
intentional
enough
homicide.
subs. He needs the watch hours.
Yeah,
If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty.
Well, we said the lesson from this
The
trial is
second
going to be
count of
put
the
things where they're
information
supposed to be
charges
in and
that
around your body,
Jessy
not where they're supposed,
Kurczewski
not where they're
between
not supposed to.
approximately January 1 of 2016 and October 3 of 2018 at N16
Poisoned her in 2016 and
W26543
2018.
Meadowgrass Circle, number A, in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Did
arrest.
intentionally transfer movable property of Lynn Hernan having a value that exceeds $100,000 without consent and with intent to permanently deprive the owner of possession of the property, contrary to section 943.20 sub 1 sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. Theft as defined in section 943.20 sub 1 sub A of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who intentionally transfers movable property of another without consent and with intent to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property.
Yeah, there's some in the water in Wisconsin.
Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following
Harris is going to be our
four
point man on
elements
this case.
were
I have a
present.
feeling.
1. The defendant intentionally transferred movable property of another
Good job,
between
Aaron.
January 1 of 2016 and October 3 of 2018. The term intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to transfer property. Movable property means property whose physical location can be changed. 2.
Yes.
The owner of
Yes,
the
we are
property
going
did
through the
not
jury
consent
instructions.
to
This
the
is the
transfer.
best part of any trial.
3. The defendant knew that the owner did not consent.
She's an
4.
escort.
The defendant intended to deprive the owner permanently of the possession of the property.
No one's going to remember them.
You
Why
cannot look into a person's mind
they
to
have to,
find knowledge and
But
intent.
they don't have to give it to them this way.
Knowledge and
The
intent
reason why they
must
give
be
it to
found,
them
if
this
found
way
at
is that
all, from the
then,
defendant's
therefore,
acts,
there's no
words, and
implication of
statements,
bias
if any,
either way. You're not
and from
emphasizing
all the
one
facts and
thing over another. You're
circumstances in
just
this
reading
case
it word for
bearing
word.
upon knowledge
That's why they
and
just read
intent.
them like this.
If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 4 elements of theft have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied that all 4 elements of theft have been proved, you should find the defendant not guilty.
Who's the lady in the upper right? I don't know, but she looks mad,
The
doesn't
third
she?
count of the information charges that Jessy Kurczewski between approximately
Kurczewski.
October 4 of 2018
Kurczewski.
and July 9 of 2019 at N16 W26543 Meadowgrass Circle number A in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin,
I wanted it to block
did
her.
intentionally transfer movable property of the estate of Lynn Hernan, to wit, money, having a value greater than $10,000, but does not exceed $100,000 without consent and with intent to permanently deprive the owner of possession of the property, contrary to section 943.20 sub 1 sub A and 3C of the Wisconsin statutes. Theft as defined
Well, it should be
in
not
section
guilty right now, but I'll put a
943.20
pull up.
sub 1 sub A of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who intentionally transfers movable property of another without consent and with intent to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 4 elements were present. 1, the defendant intentionally transferred movable property of another between October 4, 2018 and July 9 of 2019. The term intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to transfer the property. Movable property means property whose physical location can be
All right,
changed.
pull this up.
2, the owner of the property did not consent to the transfer. 3, the defendant knew that the owner did not consent. 4, the defendant intended to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property. You cannot look into a person's mind to find knowledge and intent. Knowledge and intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon knowledge and intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all four elements of theft have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. An information is nothing more than a written, formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt.
Just a Sadie Beecham face resting.
In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense.
That's why my
to be
poll is
innocent.
nonsense right now.
This presumption requires a finding of
Who
not
said
guilty,
guilty?
unless in your deliberations you
There hasn't
find
been any
it is
evidence.
overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack
Well, how I
of
look at it.
evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate.
I've
when
been
called
streaming for
upon to
6
act
months,
in the most important
and it's
areas
obvious
of
since,
life.
although Dave has been
A
with me
reasonable
since the
doubt
beginning,
is not a doubt which is
he's not
based on
listening
mere
to me very
guesswork
well.
or speculation. The doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt
If
is
I was
not a
defense
reasonable
counsel, I
doubt.
might throw a few grounds in
A
there.
reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth.
I don't like the
lawyers
way
will now
that's
make
phrased.
their opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show, so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Prior to having the state come up, I like to have the jurors just stand for a little bit.
Search for the truth. It's not the jury's job to search for the truth. Good call on that one, Farrell. You are to say not guilty unless the state bends over backwards and proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If the state doesn't do that, then you are ordered by law to say not guilty.
All right, please be seated.
All right, Dave, you're going to lose your wrench.
Thank you.
Oh, I
Tracy,
forgot I
you
have
want me to
a
do lapel?
verdict in my court
Yes.
case. I got to do that.
All right, you can.
Did a sound check, I think.
Yeah, I have a. I had a trial.
I do not.
My own, one of my
And
client's
Madam
trial,
Reporters,
and I have a decision
you have a good
finally
view
from
of
the
everyone?
judge, and I was going to stream that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the state, I'm going to take this opportunity. It's really our first and only opportunity to thank you all for your attention going forward. We talked a lot yesterday about how long this trial is going to go.
5.
That's certainly not lost on us, what we're taking you all away from. And we appreciate it. I want you to know we've all worked hard to organize ourselves and make sure we can go through this as quickly and efficiently as possible.
It's a weird
over these
camera
next few
angle.
weeks. That
That's
being
better.
said, there is a lot to unpack in a case like this. While I go through my opening, you're going to see almost two timelines. As I prepared for this, I kept seeing almost two timelines emerge.
Hey, Emily.
There's certainly a factual, bare bones timeline of theft, murder.
Mind you, the unaliving took place in 2018. She wasn't charged until 2019. She didn't have her first hearing until 2021. And now finally in 2023, we have a trial. I don't feel like this is an easy case to connect the pieces. Otherwise, this would have been a lot sooner. So 5 weeks seems a bit much, but definitely a long trial seems appropriate.
And more theft. But there's this almost overlaid timeline of all of the defendant's lies and deceit on top
Yeah, that's all I
of
know.
that bare bones timeline. That's a little bit tricky to go through and process, but let's start it. So this is Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski. Said otherwise, this is a case of murder, greed, and lies. The judge just read you the 3 counts. Of course, in the law, we call murder intentional homicide, and that's count 1. And it's a homicide or murder of Lynn Hernan. Count 2 is a theft of over $100,000 of Lynn Hernan. And those date ranges, January 1st of 2016 until October 3rd of
He said
2018,
theft of Lynn.
really represent
not
the
from.
theft while Lynn
We'll
Hernan
let
was
that
still
slide.
alive. And then count 3 is yet more theft, more greed of theft of almost $87,000 from Lynn Hernan's estate from October 4th until July 9th of 2019, after her murder. We all come into
What I suspect is this woman got close to the victim. I'm just hypothesizing here. I know nothing about this case. I'm covering for Baker. But I see this a lot in my practice. A friend cares for another friend because the family is nowhere to be found. And the friend says, cool, thank you very much for helping me out. I'm going to give you all my stuff, legitimately, right? And then the woman dies. And then the family's like, oh my God, this friend, first of all, she unalived her. And then second of all, she's taken all of her stuff and she was unduly influencing and da-da-da-da. And I'm calling the police and we're making reports and there's an adult protective services investigation and all kinds of shenanigans.
Mhm.
But if they just simply asked what the victim wanted, it would be clear that this is what the victim wanted. Is that the defense? And if so, this woman is absolutely innocent.
Yeah.
court with ideas
Well,
of
except
what
for the Visine part.
homicide or murder are, and what a theft is, and certainly there's legal
We're yet to
elements
see
that
that
have
part.
to be proved that the judge read to you, and we'll go through a bit more because as the party that has to prove each of those elements to you, I want to make sure you have a good understanding of what intentional homicide is, not just sort of the classic example of somebody shooting another individual in the head and killing them. It can be many things. In this case,
That
poisoning.
might be my argument,
But first, though I said this is a
but I
case
don't know
against
the
Jessy
evidence
Kurczewski,
or anything about this case.
murder, greed, and lies, at the heart of this case, what I don't want to be lost on you is this is a case about Lynn Hernan, the victim. So let's see who Lynn Hernan was. Lynn Hernan was an individual with a small but close group of friends. I think you're going to see as the evidence comes in that it was really two
How
distinct
old is
groups
that
of
picture?
friends. On the one side was Miss Kurczewski.
You know what? My hypothesis is more on point now because they went to the family and they said, please give us a recent photograph you have of your mother, aunt, or whoever. And this is from 1985. And this is the last time they saw her. And here's the picture.
That I love that hair. Oh,
On the other side was these individuals, Keith Lang, Corrine Posa, Jim Kelleher, and Anthony Posa. And you'll hear from many of them.
This woman was 60 when she died. She didn't.
Interestingly,
wasn't
Lynn Hernan
25.
was also an
Out at
individual
the
with no
malls with her
children of her
friends.
own. So she sort of pseudo-adopted her friend, Jennifer Flower's daughter, Jessy Kurczewski, and did the same thing with Corrine Posa's son, Anthony. And you're going to hear that they were named the two beneficiaries of Lynn Hernan's will or her estate. And we'll get into that a lot as well. Lynn was also a cat lover. That seems like a flippant thing I put on there, but it's actually very important because, and I'm fast forwarding a little bit.
Well, it's not
But at
60.
the very day
He's
of
not
October
60 in this
3rd,
picture.
when police come and talk to Jessy Kurczewski, they ask her point blank, do you think this could be a suicide? And her answer was, well, yes or no, I don't really know. I don't think Lynn would have left her cats. And that's what Anthony, Jim, and Corrine will also tell you. that Lynn was a person who didn't just love her cats like many people. She loved her
I
cats.
can't, because I know nothing about how the Visine would have gotten in there. I know nothing of the evidence of this case. So we'll see.
Not going to leave her
See if the
cats
state can
alone.
prove that the
to fend for
Visine
themselves, or
wasn't
let
put
somebody
there
else
by
come in and take care of these cats.
herself.
The cat lover part is actually a very important part to all of this. While she loved cats, hated technology, didn't own a computer, didn't own a smartphone, used a flip phone sort of when she had to.
Cat lover. She did.
Didn't
Or
use
some- she
email,
went
had no
crazy
email
because of the
address, a phone, had no way of
whatever
checking
it
it,
is that cat's.
didn't know how to check it. When she paid bills, it was with cash or over the phone, making transfers through the bank over the phone.
Oh God, that
Or
kind of
going in
woman.
person to a branch and making a payment on a credit card or utility bill or something like that. You're going to see, and we'll get into pattern of life and what that is and what that means. But Lynn was not a person to go online and pay a bill. She was not checking her credit card statements online. She was not checking email. She was doing nothing. Had no computer or any device to access the internet. And frankly, dead at only 62 years old from a tetrahydrozoline poisoning after the defendant gave her a bottle laced with Visine eye drops to drink. So I told you we'd get into the legalities of what is intentional homicide. Right, the judge just read these. I'm not going to go through
the PowerPoint. He's got like a lovely fall leaves here in the background. Hey, look, he took his time. Or PowerPoint just gave him well, it's fall time. We should do this backdrop with the shadow of the leaves falling.
each part the judge just read you, but I am going to highlight that we have to prove to you that Ms. Kurczewski caused the death of Lynn Hernan. I want to highlight that her act has to be a substantial factor. And certainly here you're going to hear, really in the defendant's own words, that she gave Ms. Hernan a bottle of water that she knew to be filled with Visine eye drops.
But it was a joke.
Second element.
It's just supposed to, like,
That
everyone
Ms.
in
Kurczewski
chat was like, I just
aware
want to give you
or
diarrhea.
intended to kill Lynn Hernan. And that can mean that she was aware or practically certain that her act was going to kill Lynn Hernan.
She just
We're going
wanted
to show
her
you
to
that
funds.
again with the defendant's own statement. And when she's talking to detectives after she's told, because there's many versions of the defendant's statement, and they constantly change as she gathers more information through law enforcement. But ultimately, she admits to giving that bottle with Visine in it for Lynn Hernan to drink.
The shadowed leaves.
And when the detectives ask her, well, did you know that was going to kill her? She says, I was sick because I knew it could kill her. And you're going to hear that knowing that Ms. Kurczewski still left Lynn Hernan alone, left her house. In fact, you're going to hear that she didn't spend the day worried about Lynn. She was opening a JCPenney account in Lynn's name that same morning. And she was using other accounts of Lynn to go shopping, do some online shopping, while she knew she had just given Lynn poison.
You hear Jean Benet?
Let's talk about intent. Lynn Hernan.
Over in these parts, J.C. Penney, we always call it Jock Panay, like to make it sound fancy. Sorry, I just thought that was funny.
I thought you were talking about like Jean Benet Ramsey.
No, Jock Panay.
I was like, what? How did that come up in reference?
I mean, my sister called it Jock Panay.
Tell you what went on.
I call it
on
Target.
October 3rd, 2018.
Yep.
So you have to look at all of the defendant's acts, words, and statements. That's sort of subcategory 1. And then over here, you have to look at all the facts and circumstances that were going on around October 3rd, 2018, for us to show you that Jessy Kurczewski did intend to kill Lynn Hernan. Again, the judge just read this to you, but it's important. We often hear motive in TV shows and movies. The state always talks about, what was the motive? Here's her motive. We don't have to prove motive.
Mr. Prosecutor.
You have to show intent. You don't have to show motive. As this instruction said, motive is often helpful. And here it's pretty simple. As we go through the financials fairly painstakingly, you're going to see that the access Ms. Kurczewski had to Lynn Hernan allowed her to steal every dollar almost that Lynn Hernan was worth in life. And knowing that she was going to be the personal representative of Lynn Hernan's estate, you're going to see that in or about
I think it's
October
really
3rd,
odd that
2018,
they tried to
Lynn
change the
Hernan
formula
became worth
so it wasn't
more
so
dead
dangerous, and it ends up
than alive to
unaliving.
Jessy Kurczewski.
I'm not touching that stuff. I got saline solution. I'm good.
But it's important to note, intent is not the same as motive. The theft counts really go to that motive, but they're separate crimes.
This is how
Okay,
you
here are
know
the
Jason
elements
Penny.
verbatim from what the judge just read to you. I try as best I can in openings to let the jury know what I think your job is really going to boil down to. And so with element 1, that's going to be pretty simple for you. That Jessy Kurczewski intentionally transferred property of Lynn Hernan between January of 2016 and October of 2018. You're going to see, and we're going to focus on 28 checks that were all written off Lynn Hernan's account.
Oh, too
to
late.
Jessy
They were
Kurczewski.
arguing about it this morning.
By her cashing those, that's transferring property. That's just element 1 right there. This wasn't a bank error. This wasn't an, oh my gosh, it went into my account and I don't know who deposited this. This is just transferring property. That's element 1, period. What becomes an issue is elements 2 and 3.
Yep, that's exactly what I was
Again,
saying.
did Lynn
I
Hernan
deal with it all the
consent
time.
to those money transfers into the defendant's accounts? So that's kind of 2 and 3 rolled in together. And we'll talk about that going forward. Again, number 4 is going to be easy. I don't think you're going to have to spend much time worried about element 4 because it's going to be clear that the defendant never paid back any dollar amount to Lynn either while she was living. And even though she had access to the estate account as personal representative, she didn't put any money back into the estate that she said, oh, you know, when she died, I owed Lynn $144,000. So let me put that back in the estate.
No, because she gave it to her. No, Guy Vermectin, I am not. I'm covering for Baker right now. On Monday, we do have the Armstrong case starting, so I will be streaming that while. Maybe tomorrow, Baker's going to continue the coverage on this case. But he's sick, so I'm just covering for him. Like a substitute
Not a
teacher.
single dollar went back to Lynn Hernan, either alive or dead. So number 4, absolutely, the defendant intended to permanently deprive Lynn Hernan of these monies. So let's talk about that consent. It's the same in count 3, rather quickly, the estate. And this, as Ms. Kurczewski and Anthony Poza were the only 2 beneficiaries of Lynn Hernan's property at that point, really this becomes a theft from Anthony Poza. What should have happened was whatever Lynn Hernan's estate was truly worth gets split down the middle, and Jessy Kurczewski should have gotten half, Anthony Poza should have gotten the other half. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Again, consent will be an issue. For count 4, that should be transferred. I apologize about that. But the transfer of property in element 1 and the permanently deprive in element 4.
Oh, I messed up on the
will not be an
elements of the
issue.
crime
You're
in my
gonna see
PowerPoint.
numerous cash withdrawals that Ms.
Well
Kurczewski
planned.
made
Only had
from
4
Lynn's
years.
estate account to herself, where she's just taken out thousands of dollars, roughly $50,000 in cash withdrawals from the estate account. Again, never paid back. We're going to talk about an inheritance loan funding, where essentially Ms. Kurczewski made an agreement with a company that said, I'll put up $10,000 of the inheritance I'm supposed to get if you give me $18,700 right now. And she paid that back, and they refunded some of the money. She should have plugged that refund back into the estate. But the point is, she took all that money out of the estate. She didn't wait for her inheritance to put that up. She didn't pay back any of the money.
So she was getting
roughly
it.
$50,000 in cash withdrawals.
I root for the defense every time. Now, if the defense ends up being guilty in my mind because the evidence bears it out, then I'm fine with finding the person guilty. But I always start off rooting for the defense.
Yeah, you should. Because the defendant is innocent until we've.
You don't want an unbiased jury. You want a jury biased towards the defense. That has to be overcome by the burden of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yep.
Sorry, Jamie, what were you going to say?
No, I was just saying, so she actually had an inheritance from this woman also? Is what they're saying?
I guess.
I mean, that's kind of telling, but we'll see.
Hey, I didn't know live. Sorry, I was playing in Megan's Chef went on a deleting Rampage while sleeping again. That's awesome. Yeah, Valhalla's going to be here soon, so stick around. He's going to carry over for me when we're both substituting along with Jamie for Baker, since Baker's going to be covering this trial going forward. And but he is sick today. He's off sick, so you have a couple of substitutes today.
You.
We have this sort of bogus loan
like substitute
fund
teachers?
that she takes for herself out of the estate.
Love
Not paying anything back. And we have a number of checks again, written to either the defendant's own credit cards, to her mother's apartment rent, or just a cash for herself to the tune of almost $87,000 out of the estate.
I'm sure we'll find out. I don't know if she had a will.
Again, I included this again because for theft, just like for the intentional homicide, again, Lynn's not here to tell you what she consented to because she was murdered on October 3rd, 2018.
Was she, though?
So you have to, as jurors,
Was it
look
still
at what the
private?
defendant was doing around this time. What are all the facts and circumstances surrounding this time frame now of October 4th to July 9th of 2019?
Yeah, Baker, you need to sleep. Just sleep for the next 13 hours so that you can come back and carry on the stream tomorrow, because I'm not covering this case tomorrow. I actually have real court. So you need to be better and healthy.
So going back to count one, I kind of talked about this. But we have this murder element to this case, right? Murder, greed, and lies.
It's just murder,
part,
a little
is
part
our
of
own
the case.
It's been
It's
doing this
really
for
a
roughly
financial
35
case.
years.
It's just, we'll throw this.
She's going to come in and tell you that as she did her job in this case, she determined the manner of death in this case to be homicide, and that the cause of death was tetrahydrozoline poisoning. Now, she didn't come to that conclusion lightly. Yeah. She didn't look at one sheet of paper and look at some autopsy photos and look at some scene photos and say, I got it. This case took a lot of time. This took months and months for Dr. Bidzricki to come to her conclusions. No. She consulted with Dr. Kasinko, who you'll hear from NMS Labs, regarding tetrahydrozoline in general, effects on the body when it's ingested and not just put in the eyes. Dr. B herself ordered several toxicology reports.
Well, then get up on the panel, man. I don't know what to tell you. If sleep is for the weak, get your ass up here.
We need you alive, sir.
Wanted to see more information, as much as she could get. So she was constantly sending lab work out for more toxicology reports. You'll hear she did her own research. She obviously got to see Lynn's body very close in time to October 3rd. And about that, she'll tell you that in her experience over that 35 years, she thought this death scene looked staged. She's been to a number of drug overdose deaths and the scenes, and she'll tell you that this one struck her as being staged. Because she'll tell you that people who legitimately overdose on drugs and end up killing themselves do not have piles of powder sitting on their chest. They don't have powder and pill fragments up in their hair. They take everything.
I mean, I don't know how you do your drugs. Usually, I mean, a Saturday night, I wake up.
So she'll tell you about her
covered
and why that's
head
stuck out
to
to her.
toe.
There's something being off about that.
And who doesn't do their drugs and then roll around it?
She'll obviously tell you about her autopsy and going through that.
So stupid.
But by and large, my point is this was not a quick decision she made to say, oh, it's probably a homicide. Let's see how it plays out. This is diligent, thorough work.
I mean,
Dr.
maybe
did to reach
maybe they do, Dave.
A homicide and cause of death being tetrahydrozoline poisoning. And she'll tell you there were other drugs or substances in Lynn's system, many pharmaceuticals, but she's still going to tell you that the overall cause of death was that tetrahydrozoline poisoning, hydrox. We know that the defendant, Ms. Kurczewski, killed Lynn Hernan.
Am I doing it wrong?
Eventually,
no, I'm new to it.
After her story changes a number of times, she admits to detectives that she knowingly gave Lynn Hernan a bottle filled with Visine. And as you can see, Visine has tetrahydrozoline. They're not synonymous, but when we talk about tetrahydrozoline in this case, we're oftentimes talking about Visine. Again, defendant had the intent to kill Lynn Hernan. This is, again, taken directly from the jury instruction as to what intent means. And there it is again. After admitting that she gave this bottle laced with Visine to Lynn Hernan, she told detectives she knew it could very well kill Lynn. She still left, went shopping, opened other credit cards in Lynn's name while Lynn was dying of poisoning. So again, what are all the acts, words, and statements of the defendant? That kind of leads to my greed portion of this whole trial. As to count two, there's the total figure we're going to show to you, and that's for 28 checks from
140. I thought it was 300,000. That's half of what I
over
was.
$144,000 taken in about a 2 to 2.5 year span of time. What you'll also see in that time is the defendant was getting paychecks direct deposited into her account. So you'll be able to see exactly what legitimate income she was making from her job when she was unemployed and not making any legitimate income from a job. And over the same span of time, January 1st of 2016.
Average of $5,000.
to October 3rd,
check
2018,
for 2 years.
for total earnings through jobs at various dental offices was right around $49,000.
Caregiver.
Now, you're going to see that she absolutely needed to have this $144,000 because when we go through all of Ms. Kurczewski's credit cards, bank statements, spendings, you'll see that in that same time span, 2.5, almost 3 years, her earnings were $49,000. Her total expenditures
Definitely drug
over
dealing.
$500,000. You're also going to see that on these 28 checks. I'm sorry. First of all, this doesn't count. This $144,000 figure does not count all of Lynn's credit cards suddenly being maxed out and over their limit. It doesn't count a $30,000 loan that Ms. Kurczewski took out in Lynn Hernan's name after altering bank documents. We've lost the TV.
Lost the TV. Just wing it, man. Don't worry about your
There we
little
go.
PowerPoint.
Thank you. All right. So, bottom line, by October of 2018, an account of Lynn Hernan's, which from 2014 until spring of 2016 held $250,000. Actually, there's about $500 of interest collected on that in those 2 years. By October of 2018 is down to $87.72. You're going to hear that of that significant chunk gone, Lynn Hernan made 2 rather large purchases for herself. In 2016, she bought herself a Jeep and paid for that out of this account. And she also bought herself some jewelry. You're going to hear that for much of Lynn Hernan's life, she lived paycheck to paycheck, dollar to dollar, until around 2014 when her mom died and left her $250,000 in inheritance. So she buys herself a Jeep and she buys herself some jewelry that she ends up paying. She puts on a credit card, but pays down off this account with her inheritance in it. Beyond that, $134,000, more than half, is all 20 checks written to Jessy Kurczewski. Of those 20 checks from that account, we'll keep going. Of those 20 checks, 19 of them
Doing
have
it
a very
live. The
specific
camera went
purpose
down.
written in the
TV
memo.
went down again.
Some say Cohn, K-O-H-N,
But the
Law
PowerPoint
Office.
was the only way I was
Some
following it
say
in that sense.
Prosper Funding. Some say America Advance. Some say Citibank. The point is that you'll see the money leave Lynn Hernan's account, go into the defendant's account, and never do any amounts leaving Ms. Kurczewski's account go to those purposes. Deceit and greed.
How do
There's
you know?
another account Ms. Hernan had that's down to $52 by October of 2018. Here we are.
How do you know it wasn't just giving it to her?
What?
I was saying.
That involves 10 checks written to Ms. Kurczewski for another $10,000. That represents that $144,000 figure. Okay. Let's catch up.
Got somebody sending me merch ideas. By the way, I have
And
a
that's
merch
another
store,
point.
if you
Out of
guys
these
are at all
20 checks, there's a 21st check out of this account that's written to the Jeep dealership for Lynn's Jeep. Other than those 21 checks, not a single check will you see come out of Lynn Hernan's account to anybody else. So
No.
not account she was using. When Ms. Kurczewski had access, Ms. Kurczewski knew that Lynn Hernan didn't have internet to easily check these things. Again, none of these amounts are ever paid back in life or in death to Lynn Hernan. So let's talk about patterns of life. I mentioned that before. Very quickly, as we go through with Detective Plennis,
Yeah, I don't
all
like
the
the
financial
brown
statements, and there's quite a few of them. And again, we'll
What
try
is
our best
that?
to work through them efficiently.
What is
The
that background? It looks like a bunch of noses.
herringbone or something. I don't know.
Wolf's wolf's tooth, something like that.
Yeah. He's like all about the background. Look, the shadow of the leaves are still in the corner though. He managed to make that fall season reflect here in his PowerPoint. How are you, Valhalla?
I am a little warm, to be honest. That might be the fastest I've ever loaded and unloaded hay in my entire life.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Sorry it took so long, yo.
Now I can go home.
Yeah, you can. Well, you're in your tree fort, right?
I am at my tree fort. No, actually, now I can leave my home.
Oh,
Let's see. I
goodness.
know it takes up a lot. I didn't size it properly. It's there. Here, you guys can see part of the text. There you go.
But thoroughly for you, you're going to see patterns of Lynn Hernan emerge, right? I told you that most of her friends will even tell you, and it's substantiated by her financial statements. She was often a person to use cash. Her credit cards were not
Yeah, you
used
said
very
that already.
often.
He's repeating
But
himself.
when they were
Mhm.
generally at businesses like Pick and Save in Waukesha,
Pick and
Speedway
say.
gas stations
Pick and
in
Save.
Waukesha,
I remember
go to
Pick and
things
Save.
of that nature.
Do you have a pick and save
When
by
she
you,
used her
Valhalla?
credit cards, they were
No,
paid
we
down
did when I was a
very
kid
quickly.
in Illinois.
Her
Never
credit
heard
score
of
was up in the high 700s to low 800s for much of this time span we'll be talking about, January of 16 to October of 18.
Something purchases in
No online activity, no IP activity is on her accounts until approximately June of 2018, when Lynn's pattern of almost 2 years at that point that we can see starts to look a lot like Ms. Kurczewski's, where now all of a sudden we're seeing Lynn's credit cards being used a lot, balances not being paid down,
A lot.
or maybe just the bare minimum so that interest is piling up. We know that Ms. Kurczewski, as I said, she's earning $49,000 of legitimate
That
income.
says
at this time,
Kurczewski?
and she's spending well over $500,000.
I guess.
You're going to see that most of those purchases are ATMs.
Yeah, that's the name. Is
Businesses
that what
in
you
West
mean?
Dallas,
Yeah, the name.
Hales Corners, and Franklin. Specific businesses that were talked to about yesterday, Scotty's Pub and Stella's Palace being two of the most prevalent, but also Potawatomi. And you also see that there's frequent online activity. And Detective Plentis will tell you why that's important for law enforcement to recognize that when somebody's pattern of life switches to another person's pattern of life, what does that mean? What does that overlap? What does that change mean? And finally, defendant's acts, words, and statements. And this is to count 3. Taking advantage of her role as the personal representative of Lynn Hernan's estate to steal over $87,000. Again, you're going to see numerous cash withdrawals. You're going to see checks to her own credit cards.
What's up,
checks to
buddy?
cash,
How we
and
doing?
that inheritance loan funding of
I'm cool.
$18,700.
Oh my God.
And that brings us.
Broken Baker has suffered through his man flu to be here with us. Can we appreciate that for a moment?
He
I just have to say, have we heard about her offer of going out and finding all the evidence that she buried in the park?
No. What's this now?
Well, she in I think in the 3rd or 4th interview, she said, "If you just let me go a couple of days, I won't run away, and then I have a lot of stuff buried in a park that will prove my innocence." They didn't do that. They sent officers out with a webcam so she could help them. They didn't find anything, but she offered if they just let her go for a couple of days, then she could find all the evidence that she needed.
What
She wouldn't
evidence is
run.
buried in the park?
All of it.
Oh, I love it. Okay. If they play that, oh my God. I'm going to have a hard time finding her not guilty. Lies, and look what's on the board.
Yeah, she
What
seems
could she-
like a fun woman.
What could she possibly have buried?
All the evidence.
All the evidence. Okay, this is
Just
getting
the
more
lies.
and more amazing.
And this goes on for a number of slides, and I promise you, I pared these down for opening statements. You're going to hear a number of others as this trial goes. But this is kind of that second
How many
timeline
of your
I'm
balls,
talking
Baker?
about that goes back now and sort of lays over the bare bones.
I gave my
of the
balls
timeline.
away.
But in March of 2018, Detective Plentis and I are going to show you and talk a lot about clearly altered bank documents where Ms. Kurczewski changed the name of the account holder to Lynn, changed the yearly earnings, changed any reference to spendings at Stella's Palace and Potawatomi, all to get a $30,000 loan in Lynn Hernan's name, but went in to Jessy Kurczewski's account.
Oh, and she has
You're going to see
3
that it went in on
prior
March 8th of 2000.
convictions of fraud.
Oh no!
And it does. Oh God.
Payday loans on her mom's pink slip.
On her mom. Oh God. Okay. So this woman has an MO. All right.
No, she's innocent.
That same day, Jessy Kurczewski adds Lynn Hernan to her bank account
Yeah,
as a
it's kind of
secondary
seeming
user.
that way, ain't it?
Obviously,
Still
so that
keeping
this
my,
loan in
Hold
Lynn
on.
Hernan's name can go into that account.
The guilty is growing, though.
Furthermore, in spring of 2018, and you're going to hear, and Scott Craig is the former boyfriend of Jessy Kurczewski. He was the boyfriend of Ms. Kurczewski until July 9th of 2019 when she was arrested. He'll tell you that he knew of Lynn, knew who Lynn Hernan was, thought it was a woman that Jessy Kurczewski helped care for, a family friend of Jessy Kurczewski, but he never met her. And in spring of 2018, Ms. Kurczewski tells her boyfriend, who she's living with, who they've been in a relationship for 3 years, she tells him that Lynn is in a coma at Freighter Hospital. That's sometime in spring of 2018, he remembers. Scott Craig will tell you that he believes
They find her guilty for
on
murdering
October
some
3rd,
old lady
2018,
and stealing all
when
her
Ms.
money.
Kurczewski
She might
tells
be a
him
victim in
over the
prison.
phone that Lynn has passed
They don't
away.
like when you
Scott
take
Craig
advantage of
believed
old
that
people in
Jessy
there, from what
Kurczewski
I've
was
gathered.
at Freighter Hospital,
Yeah,
in Lynn's hospital. He remembers feeling bad.
There's a prison
Also
snitch in
not
this one as
surprised
well.
because he thought this woman had been in a
Outstanding.
coma for 5 months.
It's always
And then
It's
sort of
all
a natural outcome.
home runs.
Ms. Kurczewski never came clean.
much better looking group. See, you know what?
It
I'm
wasn't
just
until
gonna
July of
leave.
2019 that they show up at his door and tell him that Lynn did not die in Freighter Hospital.
I was gonna say it was till Baker got here anyway.
5 months.
Dang it.
And you'll hear a jail call between Ms. Kurczewski that she makes to her boyfriend a few days after her
Baker.
arrest, Scott Craig, where he's furious that she lied to him about such a huge thing. And you'll hear her try to say, it's only one thing. It's only one thing. What's the big deal? On October 3rd, as we talked about, she's using Lynn Hernan's credit cards,
Oh,
even
Nicholas was
after
rating
giving her
us.
this bottle of
Nice.
poison,
That's early.
opening up a JCPenney
Well,
card.
is he rating us or
She's
Valhalla?
using that JCPenney card immediately after opening it. About
Me?
10:30 in the
Ha!
morning.
I win.
Damn it!
Moved to October 8th of
I'm just
2018.
there as a substitute.
She goes and picks
I had
up
no
Lynn
stake in
Hernan's
this.
jewelry from the medical examiner's office, and within 2 weeks is selling 3 pieces of jewelry to Robert Hack. And what's interesting
Everyone
about
keep
this
watching Valhalla.
is that Robert Hack makes you declare how long you've owned an item before they're just going to let you sell it. Right? They don't want people just taking things that aren't theirs and coming in and selling it and getting the money. Ms. Kurczewski fills out 3 separate forms saying one of these items that she picked
Welcome,
up
Nicholas,
2 weeks
in,
ago, she's owned for
chat.
2.5 months. Another one that says she owned it for 3 or 3.5 months. And the third piece she says she has owned for 6 months. Moving to later in October and early November of 2018,
Make it
you're going to see that there's even more credit card activity for Lynn Hernan's
This is like Alec
credit
Murdo all
cards
over again.
weeks after she's dead. In January of
I am
19,
playing nice.
there's
I
another
said
big
everyone
one
needs
that
to stay
involves
with
Scott
Valhalla.
Craig.
He needs the watch hours.
I'm
He
actually
wakes
pretty
up one day
close.
to hear
Are you? Nice.
from Ms.
Yeah, I'm actually
Kurczewski,
pretty
who went
close.
out the night before. There's a big text message conversation
So like
where she's claiming
750
she
hours
feels
or
very
something.
sick and thinks she was drugged at the bar last night. She elaborates and she goes on to say, I had to go to the hospital. This is very serious. And she says in January of 2019, and it's important to know that Dr. Bedzricki had not yet made a determination of the cause of death to be tetrahydrozoline poisoning. And the detectives had not told Ms. Kurczewski what that cause of death was because it hadn't been made yet. And yet here she is telling her boyfriend that she's at the hospital and the doctors had her run tests and that she is found to have been poisoned by tetrahydrozoline. She doesn't say eye drops. She doesn't say Visine. She says they found tetrahydrozoline in my system. She tells her boyfriend that this is serious. This can kill you.
How did she
In
know?
July, fast forward
I
to
knew
July
that.
9th of 2019, when detectives
You
now
had to
tell
know.
Ms. Kurczewski that Lynn died of tetrahydrozoline poisoning.
There was actually an episode
seemed
of that
shocked.
show, like Dumbest Ways to Die.
and
or
then
something,
says,
where
I
they-
didn't even know you could die.
Yeah, this
Months
female
after telling her boyfriend, this
of
is serious.
negotiable
you
affection
could die
down
from
in like
this."
Juarez, Mexico, dosed a dwarf Mexican wrestler, a luchador. And she got
course,
the
that's
she
what-
it's so good. She because he was a dwarf, she got the dosage wrong. Like this was her MO. She'd dose dudes and then rob them. But because he was a dwarf, she messed up the dosage and killed him. And then she went to prison.
That is awesome. Hey, I do have to jump off though. So I'm gonna leave this. Valhalla has all the controls.
What's the timestamp on your
Yep.
it's live, right?
Yeah, it's live, but I am like 9 minutes behind. Actually, let me just double check here.
We're
I'll
gonna have
tell
to
you
transfer
exactly.
that over real quick.
Yeah. So I am 8 minutes and counting behind.
Okay, we'll go to like 8:30.
Yeah, that should work.
Theater mode.
Then you guys are good to go. Just so you know, so what we're doing here is I am taking off, and Valhalla's got the controls, and this is all for Baker. So go watch on Valhalla's stream, and then you guys could subscribe to Baker. His link is in my description because he's going to be carrying on this trial. And then I will be doing a different
Will
trial.
you shut down your stream so everyone is just going to Valhalla? Or
No, his is going to stay
that?
up.
Yeah.
no,
let me
it
do
was
that.
just
Why?
I was just asking.
Leave it up. Leave it up.
Leave it up. Okay. All right.
Wait, where the hell
But I
is
like 0 watchers. You guys should all be in Valhalla. But all right, you guys have fun. Are you good? You got it up?
almost? I'm having technical difficulties for some reason.
Dave, that you don't ask a man in Valhalla's age about that.
Got it up? Do you have it up?
Do you have it up?
Mine's gone. Mine's gone. It's all you.
Why is it not showing? There it is. Okay.
There's thousands of people watching Valhalla.
Hey, we got this, y'all.
You guys have fun. Baker, get well. Valhalla, thank you
I'll
very
try
much.
to.
Jamie, it's always good seeing you. And everyone in chat. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Oh, wait,
Later,
I gotta
buddy.
stop. Is that
You have
mine?
to share the audio tab.
Got to unmute it. That's the problem.
Oh.
How's the volume?
Appreciate the evidence that buried in the passport and airplane tickets to South Africa.
Could be.
The evidence that's buried is the passports and airplane tickets to South Africa. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's for real, but either way, that's awesome. I want it to be for real. Thank you very much for the 499 super chat, by the way. All right, take care, guys.
Later,
Are
buddy.
you good?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There we go. What happened?
I don't know.
Why is it all dark?
Oh, you have the con.
There he is.
I didn't do anything.
Did you share audio when you set it up to share screen?
Can you hear it or no?
No.
Oh, well.
You have
look at me.
to hit the little slidey thing.
That should be good there. Sure. No volume? Volume?
No volume.
No.
What the hell? Ooh, my computer's freaking out. Weird things are happening.
So what's going on?
I don't know. My computer doesn't like it. That should be sharing.
You got to go to present.
I know how to. Oh, no. Wrong one. It should have been sharing audio. I think.
So if you go to doing it live, if you go to present, and then you got to open it as a tab, share screen.
That's
now
where
you
we're
can't
at.
like share video, and then it should say Microsoft Edge tab or Chrome tab or something like that, and then that's what you click on.
That should be what's going on right now. Sound?
And the judge just
Hit the little also share tab audio in the button.
I did.
Oh, you're not playing. Yeah, you're. What are we doing?
No, Dave put something up.
No, don't put that up.
You did.
Remove. Put up the wrong stream. I'm trying to find my
Do
stream.
that. I don't understand why the volume's not playing.
I don't know.
The sound was working on whatever you picked up. That
Oh shit! I'm logged
It's
into a
because
different
it's
YouTube account.
It was because it was Dave sharing the audio.
Oh, gotcha.
But is Valhalla a co-host on your channel?
I
Have you
am.
set him up as that? Yeah, but you can end the stream, but you
Do
should
we have
just be able.
volume?
Can anybody hear it?
No.
No.
Really? Oh my God. So we'll close out of that just to be safe. Present.
and them not knowing this, about Lynn and Jessy, not knowing the dynamics.
He's
Oh, that's
furious that she lied
Yeah,
to him
this
about
is
such a
my
huge
stream.
thing.
There we go.
And you'll hear her try
Yeah,
to
this
say
is
it's
my
only
stream.
one
Though.
thing.
We're gonna wait for Valhalla.
It's only
to
one
get his
thing.
up
What's the
and
big
running.
deal?
Present, share screen.
Share
On
tab.
October 3rd, as we talked about, she's using Lynn Hernan's credit cards, even after giving her this bottle of poison.
Share. This is mine.
Oh, I just
Add
put
to
it up.
stage. Should be.
In March of 2019.
Can we hear it now?
There we go. Yeah.
Thank God. Oh,
you boost it?
It was on the case.
Uh,
It says in that
full
email
screen.
she has a hard time believing Lynn would commit
no, that's
suicide.
max volume.
Okay.
But I can probably.
Now July of 2019. She's told this is a poisoning, and that police now know the medical examiner has deemed this a homicide, and they don't think it's a suicide. Now, Ms.
Yeah, no, this
Kurczewski
is as good as I
started
can
claiming
get for
that Lynn
volume.
was suicidal for months. leading
It's
up to
fine, we can
October
hear it.
2018.
All right. Take care,
Still
all.
denies helping any way. or
Jesus.
knowing anything about Visine.
Sorry, y'all. We got there eventually.
Ultimately, then her story changes again. She says, okay, well, one time I put 2 drops of Visine in a glass of water for her because I just knew that she was drinking Visine. But that's it, that's all. To ultimately stating, again, that quote, she finally gave that water bottle, knowing it had, in the defendant's estimation, 6 bottles of Visine to Lynn Hernan, knowing it could kill her. Walks
6
out of that
bottles
condo
of
unit,
Visine?
closes the door,
Yeah.
Yeah.
goes shopping on Lynn's dime.
Yeah, that
And she claims it was Lynn was suicidal, so
And that leads
she
into a law enforcement
spiked her
news chase,
vodka
I'll
with
call
that
it,
Visine
where
stuff.
Detective Hoppy will tell you, I suspect with some frustration in his voice, about
Wait a minute.
more
I think I
lies
remember when this
Ms.
happened.
Kurczewski told law enforcement, starting with, you guys, there's a recording from Lynn,
How long ago did this
suicide
happen?
letters. There's all this evidence that'll show I'm not guilty of any of this. There's
2018.
evidence out there. There's evidence out there.
I think I
believe
remember
18.
this. I think I've
It
seen the
starts with the
pictures
storage
from
shed.
the
She
room.
says,
It looks
check
kind of
the
sus.
storage shed. Detective Hoppy says, where's the storage shed? And very quickly, Ms. Kurczewski goes, kind of laughing, says, there was never a storage shed. I was going to get a storage shed, never did, but that's what I was going to, but there's no storage shed. So next, she tells Detective Hoppy, we have to check a BMO Harris bank lockbox. And the detectives do, they did before, and they learn that it's empty. There's nothing in there. They also learn that Ms. Kurczewski and her mom, Jennifer Flower, were the last ones to access that bank box, and just so happened to do so on October 4th, 2018, the very day after Lynn died. So when Ms. Kurczewski is telling Detective Hoppy to check the lockbox, she already knows it's empty because she was there and she was the last one there the day after Lynn died. So that doesn't work. So she now changes to say, well, I buried a lot of stuff in Whitnall Park, kind of by the nature center. And Detective Hoppy will tell you that another detective was out there in Whitnall Park with a metal detector and a shovel. They're trying to use video access to have Ms. Kurczewski tell us, where in the world do we find these things? Spoiler alert, they found nothing. There was no magic.
Spoiler
mysterious
alert.
hole
Spoiler
in Whitnall
alert.
Park.
God.
Just more lies from Ms. Kurczewski. And finally, in November of 2019, Ms. Kurczewski is removed by the court as personal representative of Lynn's estate, mostly because of this investigation. She takes that and says, well, now there's a real will I have to file. Almost a year to the day, almost, of filing the actual original will that's notarized by 2 impartial people. Ms. Kurczewski now files a, quote, real will. And wouldn't you believe, it removes Anthony Poza as a beneficiary. You're going to hear from Paul Nowakowski, the Register and Probate of Waukesha County, and you're going to hear from Beth Taylor, an attorney who's done probate work for 25 years. They have never seen somebody file a quote-unquote real will a year after. And they've certainly never heard it being done as a test. Because that's what Ms. Kurczewski says. She says, I filed that will originally, and this was all a test Anthony Poza was supposed to pass. And he failed because he questioned what I spent things on. And lo and behold, she tries to leave herself as the sole beneficiary of what's left of the estate that she stole from. Just more lies. That leads me, and I think this is my second to last slide. But when we look at all those facts and circumstances, when you're talking about what was Ms. Kurczewski's intent, did she have that intent to kill? And what was her knowledge and intent as it related to the theft? Remember, the instruction says you have to look at all the facts and circumstances. And here they are pretty simply, I think. Between January of 16 and October 3rd of 2018, Ms. Kurczewski was able to steal $144,000 plus from Lynn Hernan while she was still alive. Ms. Kurczewski got it to a point where Lynn Hernan, as of October 8, 2018, lost almost all of that $250,000, right? It was down to $87. Now that she's worth nothing, her credit cards are maxed out, her bank account, one of them is at $87, another one's at $52. She's worth nothing, unfortunately, to Ms. Kurczewski. But her estate is valued at approximately $150,000.
That's what your hair looks like if you take the headband off, ain't it?
Well, it's funny that they picked that picture because she died when she
murder falls so conveniently for Ms. Kurczewski as to when she could maximize her
completely irrelevant.
off Lynn Hernan.
Completely.
This is not a suicide. This was intentional homicide. So I come back to what I told you was the heart of this case, Lynn Hernan. And justice for Lynn Hernan here is 3 guilty verdicts for Jessy Kurczewski, and that's what the state is asking you to return here. Thank you.
We'll take another quick fan break. So please rise before we have the defense come on up. Attorney Gallivan, do you want the lapel so you don't have to worry about the microphone, or?
Did they talk about if they were going to do witnesses today or just opening statements?
I think they're going to go forth with, I think they had a witness, but I'm not sure.
So you don't get.
Who's the dyke? And oh, I shouldn't say that.
Going on the podium.
I wonder.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a seat. And then when you're ready, Attorney Gallivan.
Jessy, can you hear me?
Oh, this.
I gotta get closer.
He's like tiny.
It's a little Oompa Loompa.
Okay.
Day 2.
He does look like he should have green hair,
only maybe
for sure.
15 to go. Hopefully sooner rather than later. As the prosecution says, we're gonna try to get this case done as quick as
Do you have
possible,
shoulder pads?
but not too quick.
I think so.
Ew.
This case is extremely important to Jessy.
I watched GG.
And as you sit there, I want you to look at her. She's presumed innocent. As you sit there right there.
Guy, come on.
Yeah.
And don't ever let that thought leave your mind. That she's presumed innocent. No matter what he just said. When he's throwing all this stuff at the wall. To try for you to find her guilty. She's presumed innocent. And that's the jury instruction the judge just read to you. All defendants are presumed innocent. And if you can reconcile under reasonable hypothesis that she's innocent, you have to, of all the charges. If there's any kind of hypothesis, reasonable hypothesis that she's innocent, you gotta find her not guilty.
Did you write a doctorate on this case? What the hell are we looking at?
And I hope you understand that. As you sit here every single day, as you listen to their case, I want you to keep in your mind that she's presumed innocent.
He's
And
right,
never
though,
lose that thought.
unfortunately.
As you hear their witnesses.
Or I guess,
Because
unfortunately, in this
in order
situation.
to find her guilty, under common sense and logic, which you're allowed to do, your common sense and life experiences, you're gonna have to speculate. And the judge just told you, you can't do that. You're gonna have to guess and speculate what Lynn Hernan thought all this was going on. And if Lynn Hernan was here today, she would say, "Are you crazy, prosecution?"
Would she?
That's my daughter that you have
She
sitting
would.
there at the desk over there.
She might.
Okay.
That's my daughter. She knew everything that I was doing.
With previous
was doing
convictions
this.
from stealing from her real
I
mom, I'm
love
not
her.
sure that's the best
I
course
love
of
her.
action, defendant's attorney.
She's my daughter. I've known her since she was 8 or 9 years old. That's how long Lynn knew Jessy, since she was a child. Here's a picture of Lynn and Jessy, a graduation party that Lynn threw for Jessy, high school.
She looks a little tired.
Wait,
And there's more photos of Lynn. See how she's grabbing her in these photos?
stop
Look at
it.
how she's grabbing Jessy. This is my daughter. She's so proud.
Maybe that was a
Jessy
recent picture. Look at
Has an
that
arm
hair.
around her, hand on her head.
Oh, she's crying at the right time.
That's who Jessy is to Lynn, her daughter, even though not by blood. And there's more photos. Same photo. Lynn liked jewelry. She liked getting her nails done and her hair
Did too.
done.
She sure
And
did.
she loved that person that she has her arms around. And there's more photos of Lynn and Jessy. Look how she's holding her. This is my daughter. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, and them not knowing this about Lynn and Jessy, not knowing the dynamics about Lynn and Jessy, maybe in their view of this, doesn't make sense to them why Lynn would give Jessy all this money, why
Yeah.
a mother would give their daughter or their son money. And as he said, he's correct. Lynn had two groups of friends. She had Jennifer and Jessy, and then she had Keith, James, Corrine, and Anthony. But the problem was with what he told you is we all have circles in our lives. Circles. Well, we only keep a few people in our circle.
Oh, circle
Only
trust.
these few people that we have in our circle, the people that know our secrets, that we talk to every day and share everything with. When we're not
He's doing the
feeling good,
Robert De
feeling
Niro, Meet the
happiness,
Fockers
sadness.
inner circle
And
dialogue
that
now.
was Jennifer and Jessy. She was in Lynn's circle. When Lynn needed help,
I got
she
nipples.
called
Can
on
you milk me?
every single time. When Lynn needed help, she called on Jennifer. She's known Jennifer.
Oh,
was
shit,
her
Farrell's
best
here, ain't
best
she?
friend. And Jessy became her best friend.
Oh, I made a
When
mistake.
Lynn needed to move in 2009, Jennifer helped her. And Jennifer's partner, Gary Verdon. She didn't call Keith,
Got her.
James, Anthony, or Corrine. Who do you call when you move? Your friends, your closest friends, your relatives. That's who she called, Jennifer. When Lynn needed to move into this condo, who did she call? Jennifer and Gary Verdun. She didn't call James, Keith, Corrine, or Anthony. They didn't help her. When Lynn's mother died in 2013, who did she call to help her drive to Madison and help clean up her mother's place and get it ready to sell? Jennifer and Gary. They drove to Madison and helped Lynn clean out her mother's house. She didn't call these further people. They weren't in her circle, that inner circle.
The circle of trust.
The circle of trust.
And their documents that they gave us is in the proof. Her bank account, Lynn had all this money in two bank accounts, her checking account and her money market account. Who was on her account with her? joint. Jennifer.
Mm.
Jennifer Flower. That was her checking account. Jennifer was joint on that account. She loved Jennifer. Her money market account, again, she had a lot of money in the money market account. Who was on that account? Jennifer. Who, when you have a joint account, who do you put on the account again? Your husband? Your wife? Lynn didn't have anybody. She had Jennifer. Jennifer, it's like together. Lynn needed help, Jennifer helped her. When Jennifer needed help, Lynn helped her. When Jessy needed help, Lynn helped her because that's her daughter. Anthony and Courtney, they didn't need help, they had money. This case, as the state's kind of said, during this time, it doesn't make sense to them because Lynn was on disability, full disability. She had all this money and she was receiving food stamps.
Can y'all hear my dog?
She was getting full insurance and food stamps during this time, since 2009. And that was real important to Lynn, not to lose that. And you can lose it, depends upon how much money you make, money you have in your accounts. Because you're not supposed to get food stamps and full disability. You're not supposed to get disability and food stamps when you got a lot of money. Because why do we want to pay for somebody who's got a lot of money for their insurance and food stamps? Taxpayers. Lynn was on food stamps until she died with all this money. And the moment she inherited all this money, so she died. But this is a case where they see a suicide.
Hey, bro, you can't say that on YouTube. Easy.
You can give me the next slide.
He's trying to get everybody's channels nuked.
Lynn liked her vodka.
Yeah, God bless
And
her.
when she died on October 3rd, 2018, she had alcohol in her system. I'm not saying she's a bad person. She just liked that vodka. She also liked Visine. I have no idea why. Why somebody would put Visine
what?
in their vodka or Visine in water.
What?
I don't know why people smoke marijuana. I don't know why people do heroin. I don't know why people do cocaine.
She liked
I
her
don't know why people do fentanyl. I don't get it, but people like doing it.
I feel like he's never tried
Stuff
any
doesn't
of
make
those
sense to
things.
me, why people want to put that in their body. They like to put Visine in vodka and water. Well, why? Who knows? I don't know. Like, I don't know why people do heroin and cocaine, but they like doing it.
Nobody's taking Visine for recreational purposes.
When
When
Lynn
have I ever
passed away,
heard of
they talk about
That's
they
the
want you to
stupidest
hold
thing
the
I've ever
doors.
heard a defense lawyer
This
ever say
prosecutor,
in my
when he
entire
came up
life.
here and said, the tetrahydrozoline, the Visine killed Lynn. You hold him to
It
that
happens.
when he came up here. That's what killed her. To this day, but no one's ever died from Visine
Not
Ever.
true. Not true.
on planet Earth.
Not true.
No,
Had a
not one
case this
person's
year.
ever died from Visine, tetrahydrozoline poisoning.
What,
It's never happened.
why is he just blatantly lying?
And I learned during this case, it's kind of like marijuana. You can smoke blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt, and it can't kill you. The ingredients of marijuana. And I learned it through this case.
what?
That you can smoke all day, every day marijuana, it can't kill you. Apparently something with your body.
And that's true.
And it's like
Aries.
that with Visine.
That's true.
It can't kill you.
Judge, I'm gonna object. That's not what any of the evidence is gonna come in and say.
Attorney Galaviz, rephrase.
Well, we'll see.
These are opening statements, not arguments. Save that for your closing.
But When they arrived at
Get
the
him,
scene, this is
Jen.
what they found at the scene. Clozapine, the one in the middle, I wouldn't be able to say it. Nifedipine, they found more prescription drugs, empty bottles.
Okay.
A closer look at clozapine, that was empty,
Cyclobenzaprine.
more bottles. Baclofen, they found a lot of empty prescription
Somebody
bottles.
figure out what these
You know
do.
why they were empty? They were inside Lynn. She had about 25 to 30 prescription pills in her system.
A
She
lot of
was only
pain.
supposed to have 5 or 6. And they can't see that as a suicide? When you're only supposed to take 5 or 6 and you get about 25 to 30, you know that baclofen, she's not even supposed to have in her system. And she had about 10 to
snap.
15 of those pills in her
So
system.
cyclobenzaprine is
Like
another
clozapine, she
form of
wasn't even supposed to have that in
Flexeril
her
muscle
system.
relaxer.
Yeah.
And she had about 10 of those pills.
Baclofen
And
is
nifedipine,
there too.
she wasn't even supposed, she was supposed to have that in her system, but not to the volume that she had. She was only supposed to have 1 or 2 in her system.
Alprazolam? That's a
And you'll hear from people, clozapine kills people.
antidepressant, I think.
Baclofen kills people. Nifedipine kills people. Reported suicides with those 3 pills. And she had a boatload of that in her
Anxiety,
system.
Xanax.
Yep.
And they're saying that no, the Visine kills her, not these 25 to 30 other pills that she had in her system, that she took, along with the alcohol. Again, more trust Lynn had in Jessy. Here's a living well. April 20th, 2018. Who did she name on the well? Jessy. And the lockbox at the bank? Jessy. Lynn died October 3rd, 2018. That's the
Yes,
responsibility,
we are
the
Lynn.
connection they had,
We are live.
Jessy and Lynn. Do you see Anthony's name on there, or Keith, or
Technically, we're a
Kareem?
little behind, but that's because I'm an idiot and couldn't figure out how to share sound.
Oh,
You know why? Because Jessy was the one that bought her, spent all her shopping, took her to the hospital. If she had a medical appointment, Jessy took her. Jessy would come to her house and change her and clean her. When Lynn would have mistakes, Jessy was the one that you'd call all the
Mistakes?
time.
Is that what we're going to go
And
with?
Scott,
Yeah.
I was going to tell you, Lynn was always calling her, like almost every single day. Jessy had to drive from Milwaukee to Pewaukee to take care of Lynn. You can say Jessy ended up quitting her job in June to take care of Lynn. Because Jessy was the only person she trusted. Jennifer
Hi, Maddie.
was living somewhere else in Milwaukee, but Jessy quit her job to take care of her. As we all know, taking care of somebody who's in that state of mind is not easy. But Jessy would do all the shopping for her, cleaning, taking her to doctor's appointments, back and forth, back and forth. Because again, she's in that circle. Next.
Oh, shit. Baker's head, too.
Yeah, can you move it a
Did I
little?
do?
See the date?
Just had a
This
mistake,
was
buddy.
this
Don't
year,
worry
June
about it. It's okay.
21st, 2018. During this whole time that this is happening, that they're claiming that this is happening. Lynn went and got her license renewed.
Here we go.
And on the driver's license, you see that she weighed 150 pounds, give or take.
well, is that real?
Yeah. X to doubt.
You can say anything.
October. She got real sick. We're gonna bring in hospital records, and she'll tell you how sick she got, and how many times she had to go to the hospital. Lynn was really sick and depressed. And you saw the way she was done up with the hair and nails and jewelry. She didn't look like that anymore.
She loves that hair.
And she didn't want anybody to her house anymore. She didn't want any more visitors because she didn't look, in her mind, the same. She might have been looked beautiful to Jessy, but Lynn didn't think she looked beautiful to other people. And you're going to hear her neighbor testify to that. Her name is Jean Tennell, that Lynn became hidden in her home. She was depressed. Next slide, please. This is a slide around, you can see it, but it basically proves that Lynn was the cyclobenzaprine. She asked, the doctor took her off of it the beginning of January 2018. So she shouldn't even have had it in her system in October. She stopped taking it in 2018. And the next slide will be baclofen. She stopped taking it in March of 2018. She shouldn't even have had it in her system in October of 2018. Why would she take it if she stopped taking it at the beginning of the year? In such volumes of baclofen. She's only supposed to take one a day. She had 10 to 15 in her system.
Holy shit.
Like cyclobenzaprine, why would she take it? She told them she stopped taking it. Because she wants to kill herself. She wants to die. She doesn't like life. Doesn't make sense to them, but
The court clerk.
shooting yourself with a gun doesn't make sense to me. Jumping off a building doesn't make sense to me. Stepping in front of a train, moving train doesn't make sense to me. Suicide doesn't make sense to us who like living. But for somebody who's depressed and tired, why do you want to take your life? I have no idea. But Lynn did for some reason on October 3rd, 2018. Why does she have 25 to 30 pills in her system? They don't think that's a suicide? That must have been the tetrahydrozoline. Next slide, please. They talk about eye drops, and every time Lynn went to the doctor, every time since 2017 and 18, she went to the doctor a lot of times. Pain management, Aurora, Waukesha. She always complained about her eyes. She had to take eye drops. Every single time you'll see it on her lab after medical report, eye drops, complain of eye drops, pain in my eyes. And they don't understand why she was always buying Visine. She was drinking it and using it.
No, she was not drinking Visine.
Eye drops.
God, why though?
According to the hospital records.
You know what happens if you put like a drop of Visine in a drink?
You'll see Aurora.
You'll have lots of mistakes.
Lots and lots and lots of mistakes. Gross, brown, liquidy mistakes all over the place. It's not something anybody would willingly do for fun or for recreational purposes. It's horrible. Horrible.
Lord.
Pain management.
I think she did it.
Eye drops. Complaining about pain in her eyes.
That's why Baker's sick.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
He gave it a try.
The medical examiner said
Heard it was a lot of fun.
tetrahydrozoline was what killed her. And she was also using these other baclofen. She wasn't using them. She shouldn't have had baclofen in her system again. She shouldn't have had these drugs, these other drugs. They're basically saying she took these voluntarily, these other 25 to 30 pills. She took those voluntarily, along with the alcohol. But the tetrahydrozoline, no, she didn't take that voluntarily. That doesn't even make sense. You're saying she took 25 to 30 pills voluntarily? Again, 2 of them that she shouldn't have had in her system, but the Visine did it. Next slide, please. Again, these are all her prescription pills that we found that were found on the scene. That's just one of two pages. that were found at the scene. Next slide. Also, it doesn't make sense. They're saying that Jessy set this up. You know, remember when officers arrived on the scene? Do you think this was a suicide? Do you think Jessy would be jumping up and down? Yes, 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 yes. It's a suicide. This is definitely a suicide. Yes. You know what she said? She goes, I don't know. I don't think so. She said, well, I don't know. You don't want to think the worst, but you know, she would have been saying, yeah, for sure. She did. It was a suicide. But Jessy was being honest. I don't know. And you think if she would have set it up, and according to them, the Visine is in that water bottle, why would she leave it there at the scene with her fingerprints all over it? You know, it's like shooting somebody with a gun and then leaving the gun on the scene and running away so they can find the gun and your fingerprints on it. Why in the world would she leave the bottle of Visine right there so people can find it with her fingerprints on it? If that was actually what killed her. Next slide, please.
So is his
I want to touch a little bit about the finances,
I-
and they're going to mention about these checks, and you're going to hear.
I can't wait
I'm
to
gonna,
get to the lab
with
with
their
them.
witnesses, tell you that Lynn went to the bank a lot of times. When all this was going on, her checks were being used, checks were being given to Jessy, her charge cards were being used by Lynn and Jessy. Lynn was always at the bank. She would make deposits, withdrawals. You're going to see them. Lynn would go personally to the bank and go to and do these transactions. You don't think the tellers are telling her about her account, the balances on her account? You don't think she's asking for, like, can I have a balance on my account? That's what happens at a bank. You do a withdrawal or a deposit, you get a balance. Like Lynn is now aware that Jesse's stealing this money. They were so sure that that these checks were forged by Lynn. They were so sure at the beginning of this case. And Jessy kept telling him, I didn't forge them. Lynn gave them to me. Lynn gave me this money. That he didn't mention, we sent the checks to the FBI to see who wrote those checks. Did he say that? Jessy said, send them to the FBI. I didn't write them. Whatever they say. You know what the FBI said? The analyst? Lynn wrote them. Jessy didn't write them. Didn't write any of those checks. Did he mention that in his opening? I don't think so.
I object to that line. That's not what the FBI report says.
We'll see.
What's the matter, Jamie?
And you're going to see also through their documents that they gave us that Lynn applied for a loan in 2018 February for $30,000 loan or $35,000 at BMO Harris Bank. Why would she apply for a $30,000 loan if she thought she had all this money in her bank? Why in the world would she apply for $30,000? She had all this money in her checking account and all this money in her market account. Why would she need a loan? She was denied. The bank denied her. She had all this money in her account. Why would the bank deny her?
Maybe
And
they
then
found
tried
out
for
she was
another
huffing
one. Her and
Visine.
Jessy.
God.
I'll be honest with you. Her and Jessy
And why, if she had all that money, would she have
filed some
a loan?
fraudulent documents to get this other loan through Wells Fargo. Lynn and Jessy together, they applied, falsified Lynn's earnings, and she got that loan. Jessy and Lynn, but Lynn knew about it. Lynn had to go to the bank, Wells Fargo, and sign for that loan before they could get the money. Jessy and Lynn in front of Lynn was they were together to Wells Fargo Bank to sign for that loan, March 8, 2018. Wells Fargo in Pewaukee. Again, Lynn loved Jessy. That was her daughter. She was in that circle. But if Lynn was here, she wouldn't believe that Jesse's sitting over there to start with. Had she known this was going to happen, I think she would have did something different. I don't think, never in her wildest dream would she ever think Jesse would get arrested for a suicide that Lynn committed, or being charged with money that Lynn gave to her. Jesse's innocent.
I mean, 250,000 isn't that much.
You know, when he talked about that, the people from probate said, "We never seen this will like this." You know what the medical examiner is going to tell you? I've never seen tetrohydrozoline before either. This is my first time ever.
It can go
She
fast.
gets up there and testifies. She goes, "I've never ever seen tetrohydrozoline. I had to research it and talk to people and read literature about it from the experts." And one of those experts is named Henry Speller, leading expert in the world on tetrohydrozoline poisoning. And you're going to hear from him. We're going to bring him in. Literature that the medical examiner read. And you're going to hear from Mr. Speller about tetrohydrozoline poisoning. She's innocent. Find her not guilty.
Thank you, Attorney Galaviz.
That was
I think
pretty.
it'll be a great time just to
painful.
have a afternoon break and give everyone an opportunity to a little comfort break, and then we'll come back in about 15, 20 minutes with the start of testimony. All rise for the jury, please.
And we have the advantage of being a little behind, so we're going to just skip a bunch of this nonsense. How does that sound, everybody?
No, please. I want to. There's the.
We're at the flagpole.
Yeah.
We're at the flagpole. Well, this is interesting, huh? I'm watching it just so everybody.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, but I mean, like, I was just saying, like, 250 isn't that much because, like, if she's not really making much money, then she could possibly go through it pretty fast. You know what I mean? Because, like, people were saying, like, well, she had all this money. Why did she get these loans and stuff? I mean, maybe she was helping her out getting loans, and I don't know.
Well, do we know if she had more income? Like, is she on a pension? Does she have a monthly Social Security check or something?
She was getting, well, the people said she was getting food stamps, and I don't know if she was on, like, Social Security or something like that. So it's not a lot.
No, well, she was only 60, right? So she wasn't old enough for Social Security yet.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
she's
she
on
was ill,
disability.
so I don't know if that makes a difference. Does
She
it?
could be on disability.
That's
That could
probably
be a thing.
it. So
That's quite the cocktail of pills, too, by the way, y'all. Couple different muscle relaxers, Xanax, vodka all the time. Yikes.
yeah, you can get in real big trouble with that and possibly OD pretty easily.
I've definitely seen people, especially with like Xanax, and obviously this is not medical advice. I'm in no way a professional. If y'all are listening to me, you're already off to a bad start. But I've seen people like just black out on Xanax, like not present at all. They're in a alternate dimension for hours and hours and hours with no memory of what happened when they come back. So there could she honestly could have put the Visine in her own bottle, not even realizing what was going on with that many pills.
Yeah. I'd like to hear more of their reasoning for her drinking Visine, because just to say she liked to drink Visine, we don't know why. Like, that doesn't really do it for me.
I'm not buying that. She wasn't doing it for recreational purposes.
Yeah, because no one is here to say that anything I've ever heard about it, when you're ingesting it like that, you're going to get sick. Like, it's going to make you sick.
Like violently ill.
Yeah, not like give you like a high or anything.
No, like both ends violently ill.
I want to feel what it's like to have the flu, so let me drink some Visine. Yeah, right.
Well, the court feed crashed and we don't know how to fix it, Dave. We're completely helpless and we're
Tell him that.
we're on break. We're on break. This defense attorney is not impressive, I don't think.
No, he's not.
Mm-mm.
He's very like. I didn't really like the prosecution guy either. He was a little annoying, but that guy was the worst.
Yeah, I like the prosecution more after the defense went.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay, Dave. We got it under control. Speaking of which, MLS is streaming this. I'm also streaming this. So if you're in one channel and not the other, go over and make sure you hit the like for the other of us. And I'm not really sure why Baker isn't streaming this. We should have streamed to Baker's channel too.
Well, it's because he's been sick and he's in it.
He should have came in real quick and dropped his stream link thing up in there. We could have done that. Oh well, better next time. Oh, my phone's blowing up.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we just had the opening statements. Anybody that came in late, so
yes, we got the initial jury instructions and then opening statements, and now we're on a short break until we get into it.
See any of this judge? Because this is the Brooks judge.
Yes.
And
Jennifer
it seems she's just
Dorow?
annoying with her long speeches. So.
Hey, I like her. Leave her alone. She's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, but she uses 20 words when she can use 5.
Yeah.
Well, she's a
GG,
woman.
I don't need any hours or subscribers today. Today it's all about Valhalla and Dave because they're nice enough to cover for me because I got the man flu. And everyone should go over and help Valhalla because he needs the hours.
I do. I'm like 750 hours short, which is only a couple of Lego streams, really. This will help a
Well,
lot.
just come again, Jamie. You broke up again.
Oh no, I said I got him up over here on my laptop.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, then
Appreciate it.
just do a 5-week trial, then you'll hit your hours.
Yeah. Do a couple days.
The last trial got me from 11 to 15,000 hours or something like that.
Nice.
Yeah. The 35 hours I was watching a ceiling
Oh yeah.
with 40 people still in chat. I love you all.
We got 90 something people watching this.
Oh, that's
Y'all
amazing.
are amazing. Y'all are amazing. And I have way more likes than Dave. So you guys really rock. I love it. Love it.
Yes. Give all the love because he didn't have to do this. What a good guy. Of course, Dave asks me, and I'm like, no. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I'm in charge.
I barely know how. Shit.
Well, you're doing better than I would. Jesus.
Why don't you stream, Jamie? You should stream.
Because I have no drive to do any of this stuff. I like to just hang out.
That's fair. I'm with you, actually.
I know, like
Well,
you guys, it makes me laugh because you started streaming, but you're like the hangout king. Should have just stayed the hangout king, but it's okay. I
It
like
works.
your goat stuff, especially. You do more of that. More salamanders in the wild.
Yeah. I need to film more
Yeah.
out there.
No, and it's great to have great co-hosts. Jamie is the best to have on because she just blends in to every panel she's on. She's so easy to stream with.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, and then her mic doesn't pick up what she's saying, so you can just ignore her.
Yeah, half the time.
She's just eye candy. Look at those lashes and her green fingernails.
Yeah.
They are awesome lashes.
You like that Halloween goo green? That's what it's called.
Goo green.
Yeah. Goo green.
All right.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm really good at picking up on people's vibes, so I just blend right in.
Paste. That's not right. Do you have a weird link, Baker?
Have a weird link?
Yeah, for your YouTube channel?
No.
Well, here, we're gonna try this out and see what happens. I think we just put Broken Baker's link in chat. So let's click on that, double check that it works. It does. All right, go give Broken Baker a sub as well if you have not. Baker's awesome, and he will absolutely be doing the rest of this trial whenever he gets over his man flu.
Yeah,
Which, as we all know, can be completely devastating.
It could be deadly.
It can be.
Oh, and I just had a confirmation. I will have Turtle Boy on next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Outstanding. He's
and
he's an interesting character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know he's a guy who kind of I spilled something on my shirt. He's a guy who kind of stirs the pot, but I really wanted to talk to him because he has that big, deep inside knowledge in the Karen Reed case. It's not so much about his case. We'll probably talk about it, but it's more the Karen Reed case and all the different people in that, because it seems like a lot of shenanigans going on.
Yeah, it's an interesting case for sure.
That yeah, dude, like I was watching that case thinking it was really messed up before they arrested him, and now it's like, okay, what the hell is going on over here, you guys? What are you
right?
What are you trying to pull off exactly?
Like crazy amount of like just weird things going on, and I don't know. And I find it just like, it is crazy to me to see how many people are like in support of her and like show up every day when she's going to court. I don't know. It just blows my mind. I've never seen that before in my life. Like people being like,
No, and
the defendant.
it just doesn't add up with the evidence and what the defense is saying. And I really like to deep dive into the Karen Reed part of the case, not so much Turtle Boy, because I know he's a divisive
So
figure.
when you come in, you can sit.
You
Unless you
probably
want to stand until you're all in.
I guess I could turn that down a little bit for now. My bad. We'll wait till the jury all gets in.
He really wants to talk about the Karen Reed case too, so he's gonna.
Yeah, he's the one that organizes all those protests by the courthouse, by the way.
Yeah. And he gets crap ton of people showing up.
The state may call its first
Hundreds.
All right, Deputy, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is upper riser on my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and
Why
my
is
clerk
he allowed to
will
have
swear
his
you in.
pew on in court?
He's a deputy. He's on duty.
Duty.
Thank you. Please have a seat. When you are seated, please state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Christopher Rosenberger. First name is Christopher. Last name is Rozenberger.
Go ahead. Your first, you may question the witness.
How did you say?
Deputy Rosenberger, how are you?
Yeah.
Through the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
It'll be 13 years this January.
Okay. Have you had any previous law enforcement experience before that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get into that?
We're just going to try that
6 months
out.
in the
It's
town of
close
Dover
enough.
in Kansasville. It was mostly boat patrol.
So
Close
that
enough.
brief stint as well as the sheriff's department is your
That's why you have
your
JB
law
on.
enforcement experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to undergo training to become a law enforcement officer?
I did.
Can you just briefly describe for the jury some of that training?
Because I see
In
that.
2008, I completed the Law Enforcement Training Academy.
I don't know.
After that, I was
We're gonna need
hired
to buy
with
you a
my
microphone.
first
It's so annoying
department,
that you
Boat
cut out all
Patrol.
the time.
In that department, being a part-time department, we
A little
didn't
bit.
receive
A little
a
bit.
whole lot of training until I became a sheriff in 2011. From then, we had
No,
okay.
you should talk.
week orientation class prior to becoming on the road. Once becoming a deputy on the road, I was on field training for 20-week field training program. After our field training program, we continue to take additional classes for investigations.
No
Just need
closed
six,
captioning.
six,
specialty
six more
assignments
subs,
that
then I'm at
assigned to.
700. That should be
Six
possible.
people go
As
sub to
being
Baker.
a deputy,
Please and
have you
thank
had
you.
training on investigating death scenes?
Yes.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Most of the death scene investigation has been originally through my police academy, where we had, I believe, an 8-hour, 12-hour class on investigating death scenes. From there, everything was hands-on with my FTOs along with my in-person experience during calls.
Obviously, you've had a little bit of an extensive law enforcement career, but if you could give an approximate number of about how many death scenes you've actually gone to as a law enforcement officer.
For death scenes, I imagine approximately 80 to 100 death scenes.
Could you describe the standard procedure for processing and assessing those death scenes?
First and foremost, our first priority is arriving on scene and making sure that the scene is secure, not that there's any other injuries to anybody. Everyone there is safe first, along with then immediately rendering aid to anyone who is injured or is dying, or checking to make sure that there's no other additional life-saving measures that we can perform. After then, we also complete a cursory search of the house or wherever the person is located to ensure that there's nobody hiding in the residence. After that, we have our fire department pretty much coincide, come in with us as we're checking the building to ensure that the person who we have located, if they could use any further medical assistance that I can't provide, such as hooking up for heart monitors, the fire department, if it's an obvious death, usually we only bring on 1 or 2 firefighters. If we think the person can be revived, we bring in as many as we can. From there, then, if the person is deceased, we'll set up a crime scene log and we'll secure that perimeter of the residence or wherever we deem the crime scene is until we can break down that. We start a crime scene log. We take documentation of everyone who comes in and all that residence or area.
Thank you. I want to take you back about 5 years ago at this point to October 3rd, 2018. Were you on duty on that date?
Yes.
All right. Were you dispatched to a residence at North 16 West 26543 Meadowgrass Circle in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
I was.
All right. On that date, can you tell me a little bit about the dispatch?
We were dispatched to a suicide. I don't recall word for word the dispatch, exactly what they told us, but they did advise that a female had located her friend deceased in a residence. Upon my arrival, along with Deputy Mitch, who I was field training, we immediately responded into the residence. From there, we were advised by the fire department just shortly prior to entering the residence that the female was deceased and there was no further life-saving measures that they could do. From there, I completed a quick search of the residence for anybody lurking inside the residence to confirm that the scene was safe, not that anyone was hiding in a closet, an attic, a garage, because we want to make sure the scene is safe. I remained with Deputy Mitch, and I believe Deputy Kajawa set up a crime scene log immediately, and we waited until construction.
Did he?
As you were securing the residence, did you make contact with anybody other
Yeah,
than law enforcement?
they believed it was a suicide because of the pills
Not inside
strewn
the
on her
residence.
body. And
What about outside?
it wasn't until her nephew
I
called
do
them
not
about
recall everyone who I made contact with outside the residence other than
I think he was
the
supposed
deputy
to
once.
inherit her truck or something like that.
Ultimately,
And then he said, it seems fishy.
what
And
was
then they
your
did
role
the
in the
toxicology.
investigation when you actually got on scene?
My role essentially was being a field training officer for Deputy Mitch. I essentially supervised his actions and I taught him how to investigate the scene. So I believe I did contact my supervisor. I let him know that it was in fact a death scene and that we need supervisors on scene. From there, I essentially was a shadow for my trainee to make sure that he properly investigated the incident.
All right. When you guys were investigating the incident, you were shadowing him essentially. Did you walk through the residence that you went to?
I did.
Okay. Did you and Deputy Mitch look in the garbage or fridge during that time?
I'm sure I did. I don't recall everything that I had located in the garbage or the fridge, but that is probably something I would have done.
Why is that something you would do at a death scene?
Once again, at death scenes, because we treating them all as a crime scene. That's essentially why we set up a crime scene log. We have a deputy posted at the door. We don't let people in or out. We don't know if this was a suicide or a homicide. We don't know the circumstances behind it. So I'm going to start checking areas that maybe give me some clues, such as items in the garbage, items in the refrigerator, along with, I'm looking to see even if there's food in the refrigerator. Was this person living here not eating, or did they just buy McDonald's or food yesterday and they're actually eating and surviving?
At some point, did you make a contact or clearly identify the decedent?
I did.
Okay. And she was clearly deceased at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward in this investigation, did you locate a notepad on a stool in the residence?
I did. After, I believe, once the detectives had been on scene and the medical examiner was on scene, she pointed out a notepad on a stool that was along like a buffet bar area behind the sink. And there was a notepad on that stool. I was requested by the medical examiner to review and take pictures.
Did you ultimately take pictures of that notepad?
I did.
Okay. And did you review them before court today?
I did.
Or are we asking for permission to approach the witness?
We'll use the technology, right? He's going to approach you electronically, so to speak. The documents that they have, the court will see, you will see, and then presumably we'll go forward from there.
Let me know once you
Presumably.
want on your previous screen, and then I'll post
What's that supposed to mean?
It's not up yet.
Is he going to show it? And no, we're not going forward.
That's your.
I kind of lost it for Judge Mommy. She's a hottie, but she's a talker.
So are you seeing a blue screen? Because
I'm seeing a blue screen.
Yeah, one of her screens is blue, but then she also does have it up.
Let's see if it takes them longer to figure it out than it took me to get sound going.
If you're using it as a
And
monitor.
Isabel Rennie in the chat. Yeah, this is a lady who's accused of murdering a woman she was a caretaker for with 6 bottles of Visine in a water bottle.
Hi, Isabel. How you doing, babe?
Yeah. Hey. Welcome.
She's
Yeah,
no
but
Nicholas Cruz judge, but she's all right.
Yeah, and her jawline looks kind of like she took a little bit of on the lifting juice when she was younger.
Yes. Deputy, can you see? an
Hold on one
exhibit
second.
your
I just
screen?
want to confirm your monitor's working.
Yes.
She
Thank
might
you.
be absolutely jacked
Go ahead.
under that robe.
Deputy,
You don't
can you
know.
see exhibit 1 on your screen?
Sure.
Yes.
And
Maybe.
is this one of the pictures that you
She
had
might
taken as a
deadlift more than
notepad
you,
on
Baker.
October 3rd?
Ooh.
Yes, that appears.
Well,
to
I
be
can't
the
deadlift. I have a bad back. I'm
Would that be a true
only
copy
rack
of the
pulling
picture you
it,
took?
and
Yes.
it bottoms tops out really fast at I think 480 is my top.
Same questions with exhibit 2. Is this another picture of another page of that notepad?
That's no.
Yes.
And
It's nothing to scoff
is
at,
that
bud.
also a true and accurate copy of
Yeah, well,
that page of the notepad?
And my age, it's pretty good.
Further, this is exhibit 3 now on your screen. Is this the 3rd page of the notepad?
Yes.
And again, you took this picture?
Yep.
True and accurate copy of it?
Correct.
Oh, really? Eris? I did not see your interview.
Exhibit 4 here is a lower half.
She
of
comes
the
across
pages
as
of
a
notepad. Is this another
not
picture
small
you took on
woman
this date?
on the
Correct.
bench.
And that's again a true and accurate copy of that.
It is.
Eris
We
is
have a
And lastly, we
judge
have exhibit
in
5,
our court that looks kind of
is
like
the
her,
upper
and she is the
page
biggest B word
Exhibit 1
of
actually
all of the
here.
judges.
Again,
I
you took
love
this
her.
picture.
That's
When
correct.
anyone is
And
giving
a
her
true and accurate
sass,
copy of
she's
it.
right
It
in
is.
their face.
There aren't we moving
not today.
exhibits
Not
1 through
today.
5 into evidence.
We had a guy leaving the room after. I think we gave him like a month or 2. And he,
That is the lower
oh
half
my,
of the
this
page.
B word, I'm just gonna, and she just, sorry, turn around, come
objection?
back here. Up.
All right, for the
What
jury
did
then,
you say?
exhibits 1
What did you
through
say?
5 are
Well,
received.
nothing. I'm sorry.
We also for permission to
I love her.
publish Exhibit 5.
Any objection? All right, permission to publish granted.
Yes.
You starting with 5.
I feel like this guy gives out the
Looking at
most
Exhibit
junior
5,
detective
is there a
stickers
date
in
on
his
the top of
department.
Exhibit 5?
There is
Can you just tell
Yep.
the jury what that date is?
9/26/2015.
Okay, so presumably this note would have been from 9/26 of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but at least that's how you interpret it.
Yes.
Right.
David's.
In looking at this notepad, so not even just Exhibit 5, but all 3 pages of the notepad, in your training experience reviewing these scenes, did you believe this notepad to be a suicide note or notepad?
I feel litter in coffee
Based
can.
on some of the information we received, that
Ugh.
she's had health problems. It appeared like she was essentially telling someone how to feed her cat, run her TV, feed the animals, and how to even get a hold of her in the hospital.
And to just be clear to the jury, where was this stool in the residence?
When you walked into the residence, there was an open concept, and the kitchen was in the center, kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it would be in the center where the living room was, dividing the kitchen. It was on the living room side.
Chat Dave is way more misogynistic than on stream Dave.
Kind of going backwards, when you cleared the residence earlier on this October date, did you locate a Jeep or a vehicle in the residence or in the garage?
I did.
Okay, what was that vehicle?
I recall opening up the door to the garage. I saw a Jeep Wrangler, and I even recall making a comment to my partner because she had the same vehicle, saying, hey, she likes Jeeps too. That's the reason I remember it being in there.
She got herself a Jeep Wrangler. Or I love a Jeep Wrangler.
I bet you
Thank you.
do.
Just one last question. Deputy, did you have any other further duties in this investigation?
I could see you putting little ducks
Essentially from
on
just
Jeeps.
Supervising my trainee, no. I was asked to take pictures, and after completing pictures, I remained with my trainee.
Thank you, Deputy. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Cross, and do you need any of the exhibits published while you're questioning?
Yes, we might. And we're going to have another exhibit, so we need access on our computer.
Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Rosenberger. At the scene, you made observations then,
I did, yes,
and you wrote a report,
correct.
and
One of my
the report is
buddies,
about a half a
Mrs.
page.
Valhalla, showed me
That is correct.
her Facebook earlier.
As part of your
One of
training
my
in
buddies
law
made a
enforcement, you're
post said
told to
Dodge Rams are just
report
the
it- anything
Nissan
that's
Altima
significant.
for white guys.
Correct,
And then
I was
put
not
it in a
happy.
report
I was
form.
not happy.
that is correct.
And you did that.
I did. I documented my job on the scene.
Right, which was to, you said today to look at everything.
Correct.
There's nothing in here about looking inside the refrigerator.
That is correct.
What, you said you looked in the refrigerator.
To my recollection, yes.
What was in her refrigerator? Tell me the items that were in her refrigerator.
From 5 years ago, I do not recall what was in her refrigerator.
One of the reasons why you would put it in a report, right?
I would, unless I found something that stands out to me, I would not document that in my report.
But one of the benefits of preparing a report is to be able to, months or years later, to be able to go back and look at what you did at a previous date and refresh your own recollection.
Correct.
You read your report to refresh your recollection, didn't you?
I did.
And you met with the district attorney's office to prepare?
That is correct.
And is that why today you came in on exhibit which exhibit was this one? Exhibit 1, and told us today that the date
Oh, he
on the
might have
note
been.
was
I
September
believe he was.
26,
He might have been.
2015. Because
I believe he was
they
off
pointed
duty
out to you that
and
in the
coming in
report you
to
wrote
be
2018,
one of
right?
the people who
That's correct. And
caught
I
him
can answer that.
Oh, yeah.
And
because he has that baby
No,
face. I can
just
remember
asked
that.
you to ask
Okay.
follow-up. And so when you were there in October of 2016 or 2018, it was at your testimony that the medical examiner is the person, the deputy medical examiner is the person who told you to take these photographs?
That's correct.
You wouldn't have done that otherwise.
At that point, I was unsure what the other detectives had fully taken pictures of.
Well, you said you were in a training mode that night.
That's correct.
You were in charge of, you were training another person.
Correct.
So you were taking charge of things and telling him what he should and shouldn't do, right?
My trainee, not the detectives on scene.
Your trainee, Mr. Mitch, did you
Yep.
say?
Yep.
When you took photos, these photos that you showed today, did you take any photos of the refrigerator?
I did not.
Did you take any photos of the garbage cans?
I did not.
You said you looked in the garbage cans.
I believe I did, yes.
How many garbage cans are in that house?
At this time, I do not recall how many garbage cans were in the house.
Well, what was in the garbage cans?
I do not recall.
Okay, so you looked at them, but you have no idea of what was in them.
That is correct, yes.
You don't remember seeing alcohol bottles in the garbage cans.
I do not recall that right now.
You don't remember seeing Visine bottles in the garbage can.
No.
How many bathrooms were in this unit?
To my recollection, I believe there were 2 bathrooms.
Okay. Did you take any pictures in the bathrooms?
I was not assigned with taking overall pictures of the residents.
Was the medical examiner assigning people to take certain pictures?
Negative, no.
Okay, so somebody else was taking pictures, but if the medical examiner wanted some, you took them?
That's correct. Detective Wilberg had taken the initial pictures, and then that notepad was located additionally by our ME while we were securing the scene or investigating. She asked me to take additional photographs of it, which is not very uncommon.
Us.
Well, when the medical examiner provided us with copies of scene photos, who took the medical examiner scene photos?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Do you know who took photographs at the scene for the medical examiner? Was there somebody doing that?
Detective Wilberg took pictures on our behalf, and I believe the medical examiner took her own photographs.
Was it her, she took them herself?
I believe so, yes.
You saw her taking photos?
To my recollection, I believe she took the photographs.
Now, did you collect any of these pads as evidence?
I did not.
Did anybody at the scene collect these notes?
Not to my recollection, no.
And the note that you talked about on Exhibit 1 is a note from 2015, is that right?
Correct, that's what was written on the top of it.
And it looks like, can we show this exhibit? Number 1?
Yeah.
There we go. Can you make it a little smaller? We're going to bring up what's already been admitted as Exhibit 1. Can you see that all right on your
No,
screen?
he doesn't have it yet.
Yes, I'd like to display it. It's already been submitted into evidence. To
The
everybody.
exhibit has been received and published. It may be presented in the court.
Thank you. So it looks halfway down like Lynn wrote 1-262-928-1000 is scheduling desk at hospital and will transfer you to whatever room I'm in. Do you see that?
Yes.
So as you read this, and a lot of this is about, here's how to take care of my cats, leave the TVs on so the cats can have the TVs, don't touch the antenna. Instructions for Jenny, it looks like, right?
Yes.
What?
And that's
What
Jenny
happened to
Flower.
Jamie?
That's what. it
I have
says
no
on
idea.
And that's Jesse's mom.
Jamie is crying
Right?
of some
I do
over
not know
something.
that.
Okay.
Do you need a hug?
She leaves the
And
TV
she
on
talks
for the
about her
cat.
living will on here. Is that right?
So you're okay though?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is somebody.
I was
that's
concerned
okay.
for you for a minute.
Somebody who's going to the hospital.
I was thinking, did
2015.
something die? Normally, she only cries when a dog is missing.
Shut up.
Did you take the picture at the scene of the checkbook register with no?
Let's go.
comment?
You can get
I
a
don't
hug
believe so.
anytime, buddy.
Did
and
you take a
know it.
picture of the Lynn's driver's license?
No.
When you said the first photograph I took was of the photo identification card at 1907 hours, what photo identification card are you referring to?
For us, at the beginning, before taking pictures, we actually take a photo card that has the date, the address we're at, what time, our incident report number, and location, including the person who's taking the picture. So when our detectives get these pictures, they can identify what case this is from.
Got it.
Are we done with incident one?
Yes, done with that.
Thank you.
Did you make a list of drugs that were found at the scene?
I personally did not.
This dude didn't do a whole lot at the scene, did he?
Oh, we did it.
And that's the problem. We always go into these cases and thinking, well, this lady, she did it. And then the police, no. Did you find any evidence? We weren't really looking.
Thank you. Any reader?
Well, did you take any photos? No, we didn't feel like it.
Here.
Nobody told me I
Did
should
you-
do that.
There was some
Yeah.
discussion
Did you
about
look for evidence?
2018 versus
No,
2015.
no one
Can you
told me
just
where the evidence
tell the
was.
jury what happened with that discrepancy?
At the time, we use typists, so we either call in via a phone, like a voicemail system, or on a recorder. Once we were completed with our reports, we would upload them, and typists actually have to listen and type as you're talking into the recorder. And I believe that being that discrepancy, they may have heard 2018 instead of 2015.
And the jury was able to see in the exhibit one here, and I believe actually in exhibit 5, that it's clearly a note from 2015, correct?
Correct.
Also, there are some questions about how in your report, or lack of notes in your report, is that because nothing stood out to you on scene?
At that time, no. And furthermore, being a field training officer, I'm more hands off and I'm letting them do the investigation, and I'm essentially there guiding them. So when Deputy Mitch completed his report, I made sure that he described the details and the residents to our knowledge.
Thank you, Deputy. I don't have anything else.
All right. Thank you, Deputy. You may step down.
Well, that's easy.
No.
A little pointless, possibly.
And while we're changing, I'm fading fast, so I'm gonna lay down again.
Go get some sleep, buddy. Go
Whichever.
get some chicken noodle soup or something in you.
Yeah, gonna have some more tea. I'm having a slight British accent with all the tea I'm drinking. So I will be looking for Paul Revere and make sure he won't warn you this time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Michelson. If
You're
you would
too young
please
to know
make your
that one,
way
Jamie.
to the witness stand. It's all the way.
Have fun all. See you later.
brother.
My right.
And Baker
It
will
is
be
upright
streaming this
riser. When you get there,
probably
please
tomorrow,
remain
as soon
standing.
as he
Raise
feels
your
good
right
enough.
hand,
I
and
know
my
that he's going to be
clerk,
taking
Teresa,
over.
who's on the
So if
left,
you haven't
will
subscribed to
swear you in.
Baker, go do it. He's only a couple subs away from 700, I think.
Do you solemnly swear that the
And
testimony you're about to
Baker's
give will be
awesome.
the truth, the
So
whole truth, and nothing
there's
but
that
the
too.
truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Slowly.
Kelsey Michelson, Kelseymichalsen.
Thank you. Go ahead. Attorney Crawford, is this still your witness? Go
Your
ahead.
Honor, I apologize. Just briefly, I'd be asking that Deputy Rosenberger be released from the subpoena.
Is he under any defense subpoena? Attorney Kuklin?
No, he's not.
All right, he may be released.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Michelson, can you just tell me what you do right now for a job?
I currently work as a tech in the ER at Freighter Hospital.
Okay. Additionally, do you have any experience in law enforcement?
Yes, I've been a law enforcement officer since May of 2018.
Okay. Are you still employed in a law enforcement capacity at all?
Yes, I work part-time at the Village of Pewaukee Police Department.
In what sense?
I'm a boat patrol officer there.
All right. So I believe you said May of 2018 is your extent of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
All right. Can you just tell the jury the training that you received?
We are
as a law
watching
enforcement
day
officer?
one,
I have
witness
a
number 2
two-year
of a
associate's
Visine
that I
murder
received in
case.
2018 as well.
The defendant
additionally, I had
allegedly
720 hours of
poisoned
law
the victim with
enforcement academy,
Visine
which I
and
graduated in May of
stole
2018.
something like $250,000 from
I had
her.
additional training in my
Something like
job
that.
as a law enforcement officer as well.
Were you employed with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department in October of 2018?
I was.
All right. So I think you said you had finished up your training and the academy and all that in May. So you'd been on the job for about 5 months or so. Is that fair?
Correct. And I was off field training at that point as well.
Okay. On October 3rd, 2018, were you dispatched to a residence in the Village of Pewaukee for a death investigation?
I was. It was an assist
That's funny.
EMS.
Okay.
That's
What
funny.
was your role in that investigation?
I received a witness statement from Jessy Kurczewski on that case.
Okay. Do you see that individual who you identified as Jessy Kurczewski in court here today?
I wouldn't be able to identify
Okay.
her.
It's been 5 years, obviously. So,
Hold on. Was that a yes?
I would say no.
Well, you shook your head yes, though, when you were acknowledging.
It's been 5 years.
Do you agree that you
She was
shook your head
nodding.
yes when he asked you if you would not be able to identify her?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, it's my job to make sure if someone nods their head, shrugs their shoulders, or says, make sure the record's clear what you meant. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Michelson. So you had stated that your role on scene here was to get a statement from this Jessy Kurczewski individual, correct?
Correct.
All right. So in part of getting her statement, did she provide a written statement to you or was it verbal?
It was both.
Okay. Can you just tell me what you recall about that statement that she gave you?
Yeah, so when we get a statement from witnesses on the scene of a death investigation, we go over the last 24 hours that they had with the victim. From what I remember with Jessy's statement, she stated that she last saw her around 10 a.m. that day when she left to go run some errands. From what I knew, Jessy was the caretaker of the individual that we were on scene with. She saw her that morning, tried to feed her some breakfast. She wasn't willing to eat. She tried to change her. She usually sits on a Chuck's pad, like collect any urine that might go on. She wanted to be left alone. Sounded like the individual that had died that day was kind of becoming more increasingly sick as the past couple of days went on, or over the past year even. And Jessy really mentioned that she just felt that like the victim, or not the victim, the person who had died was starting to decline pretty fast. She wouldn't take her meds the night before. And Jessy also noticed that some of the pills had gone missing. I didn't clarify if she counted each pill every time she gave them, but Jessy was the person who would usually give the person who died her pills.
So you said you took both an oral statement as well as a written statement, correct?
Correct.
Giggity.
So a written statement, is that part of this case? Did you turn that into a proper?
You knew it was coming. That's why you looked at the
Yeah,
screen.
Probably a bad question. When you took her written
that's
statement,
funny.
Jessy Kurczewski's written statement. Did you submit that to this case for this investigation?
I did.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review that written statement before court today?
I did.
And was that written statement a true and accurate copy of the written statement that you took from Ms. Kurczewski on October 3rd, 2018?
It was.
Okay. I believe that is actually marked Exhibit 6.
We're just going to leave that there for a little while.
David, get.
Oh, shit.
Yes. Do you see anything on your screen?
My screen's black. Now I see it.
All right. Exhibit 6, is that the written statement that Jessy Kurczewski gave to you?
It is.
More distinctly, that's the first page, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, there's, I believe, 3 pages to this written statement of hers. Is
I
that
believe
yes?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd be moving Exhibit 6 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection? No. Exhibit 6 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Ooh.
What is it?
I just realized that I forgot to do something that I meant to ask David before he left.
Written statement.
I don't know. I don't know what his outro video is labeled as.
Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And does that add up to the written
Yeah.
statement that Ms. Kurczewski?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yes.
Okay. Is in the written statement, is there talk about whether or not when she arrived back at the residence?
End credits,
what
looks like.
Kurczewski
That's
did?
easy.
I remember it saying that
Cool.
she kept talking to the deceased individual on scene and felt that there was no pulse, and then she called 911.
Additionally, as part of this statement, is there a discussion about in-home healthcare?
Yeah, there was supposed to be in-home healthcare. I don't remember the exact date. It should be in the statement when they were supposed to come. Jessy had stated that the deceased individual had pushed it off till later that week.
If I could just direct your attention to the bottom of page or Exhibit 6, page 1, the third line from the bottom. I believe that discusses it. Can you just read out that sentence to the jury?
Yeah. She was to have home health care come Monday this week, and she pushed them back to Friday.
Thank you. Additionally,
Oh.
part of this written statement, did you ask Ms. Kurczewski if she thought the decedent, who is identified as Lynn Hernan, was suicidal or wanted to die?
I did.
And would that be on page 3 of Exhibit 6?
It is.
Can you just read her answer in whole to that question, please?
Yes. So Jessy's answer was yes and no. I know she loves her cats and was always worried about them, but she was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around like she used to.
She loved her kitties. Oh.
What I know you said that you wouldn't be able to identify Ms. Kurczewski, but from what you remember about that interaction with her,
Oh, he's a little
do you
fancy,
recall
huh?
her demeanor during that time?
Yeah, I don't recall her being like extremely upset or anything.
What?
Isn't super abnormal in a death investigation either. It's
Little.
not out of the ordinary, I should say,
Fancy.
from what I've seen.
I just have a few more questions, Ms. Michelson. Do you recall what Ms. Kurczewski was wearing at the time?
I don't recall.
Okay. And additionally, I'm going to have to take us back to actually page 1 of Exhibit 6. I'm gonna have you, can you just read into the record the sentence after I had errands to run, I left around 10-ish, right around the middle of the page.
Yep. I returned back shortly before 5 p.m. and just thought she was asleep. She usually is when I get here. I kept talking to her and checked her pulse and called 911.
And additionally, well, you don't remember what Ms. Kurczewski was wearing at the time. At the top right, I believe it talks about what her employer would have been, correct?
Correct.
And filled in there as it says that she's not working at the time of taking care of the decedent.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Mixon. I don't have anything else.
That's it.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Michelson.
It's another witness that doesn't really have a whole lot of
So you went to the
I'm
scene.
sorry for the interruption. Do you need the
information.
exhibit up?
Yeah.
I'm not at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you. Again, sorry for the interruption.
Get them out of the way.
Got to the scene, you made observations. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you say you were done with your field training at this point?
I was.
When did you finish your field training?
I believe it was in July of 2018.
All right. And when you arrived at the scene, were the other officers already there?
I believe I arrived at the same time as Deputy Kurczewski.
And what about Deputy Mitch?
I believe he arrived after us.
Okay. So you're one of the first on the scene.
Correct.
Did you review your report before testifying here today?
I did.
Met with the district attorney to prepare?
I did.
And now you're working at ER at Freighter.
Correct.
Now people don't all react the same way when you report to a death scene. Isn't that true?
Correct.
There's no one size fits all when it comes to that.
Most definitely.
In fact, when police come to talk to somebody, sometimes people are really trying to hold it together to answer questions the best they can. Is that your experience?
That's true.
People try to cooperate with you.
Yep.
Answer things the best they can.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
Even when they're in a state of distress or a state of shock, they still try to cooperate with you.
Correct.
You've seen that.
Yes.
Now, when you asked, it looked when you got there and you made observations, it looked to you like a suicide, didn't it?
I don't believe I ever went in the house.
Oh, you never did.
She doesn't believe?
I can't recall.
Were you told that?
How do you
it looked
not
like a
know if you
suicide?
went into the house?
I don't remember. I would assume so based on some of my questioning.
Okay, so somehow you got an impression that this was probably a suicide, and you were to ask.
I think I know why
ask
she's
you
only a
questions about
part-timer.
that.
Yeah.
My overall impression was it was a person who was very ill that had passed away. That's what I remember at least.
And you knew that the person was very ill because one of the things that you learned is that Lynn, the deceased, had just been released from the hospital on September 28th, right?
My impression was made based on all of her medications that she had and Jesse's statement that she was released from the hospital and had plenty of health problems.
And in fact, you learned that the patient was supposed to have a healthcare visit on Monday, 2 days before she died, right?
Yes,
And the patient pushed back the appointment.
that's what Jesse said.
And that appointment had been pushed back to Friday. It's what you learned.
Correct.
And you talked about Jesse telling you that there had been some odd behavior by Lynn during the week,
Correct.
in those few days that she'd been out of the hospital,
Yes.
and that she was quite sick.
Yes.
And Jesse told you that, for one thing, Lynn was throwing out bills
Yes.
and
Like-
saying things like, the hospital won't get my money.
Yep, that was an understatement.
And Jesse told you that Lynn's pills were off.
Yes.
And you didn't look to see how many pills Lynn was taking, right?
No, that was Deputy Mix's job in that case, I believe.
And she told, and you learned through Jessy that Lynn didn't want to go into a nursing home.
Correct.
Who the hell wants to go to a nursing
And she was
home?
constantly worried about having to leave her home because of being sick,
That's what Jessy said.
and worried that she was going to have to go in some kind of a facility.
Correct.
And you learned that Lynn was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around like she used to.
That's what Jessy had said.
And that's what you're here to testify to today, right?
Yeah, what Jessy had said to me, yes.
All the things that you testified to for the state were things you learned from Jessy too.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you asked Jessy, do you think Lynn was suicidal? That's one of the things you asked her.
Yep.
And she said yes and no.
Yes.
She didn't say, absolutely, this woman was suicidal. This is a suicide. She didn't do that.
She did not do that, no.
It's so funny how they
Did
they
you
always
see,
remember certain things, but don't
that
remember.
Jessy was named as a power of attorney for Lynn. Were you privy to those
Yeah.
documents?
I think that's how
I didn't
mery
see the
works, though,
specific
right? You're not going to
documents.
remember every
I know that Jessy
detail.
did tell me she was.
But she remembers every
or
detail that
was
she
listed as
told
one.
her, but she can't remember if she was
Your role, did you ever go and check? The
Yeah, that I do
registry or
find odd.
anything in the
Like,
house?
Yeah.
I
I don't think I
feel
ever
like
went
she
in the
would have
house.
known that.
Did
Yeah.
you maintain the log outside of who was coming in and out?
I don't remember if I did or not.
I mean, 5 years ago was
Isn't it true that
kind of a
when
long
you
time.
saw Jessy outside before you started to talk to her, that she was sitting outside crying?
I don't remember that.
I feel like I would remember the opposite. I'd remember, oh, I was in that house. I don't remember what anybody said to me.
Right.
I don't remember that either.
So your memory is really pretty vague from this day.
I would say so, yes. This case didn't stand out particularly high to me, I guess, and stuff. It was somewhat of a normal work day.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
I believe there are some questions about your knowledge of what happened inside the residence. I just want to confirm, from your report or what you recall, do you have any knowledge of any pills inside the residence?
I do know there was pills inside, yes.
Okay.
But you said you don't remember
Have
being
any
inside.
specific knowledge of how many pills or what kind of pills were inside the residence?
Get her, Jamie.
I specifically remember that
Get her,
Deputy Mitch
Jamie.
spent a lot of
Beyond the scope of my class. That's the specific pills.
I hate that kind of crap. Did she not? Am I crazy? Did she
overruled.
not say I don't remember going in the house?
You can.
But she
Yeah,
remembers
okay.
all the pills in the house.
Shocking.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah. So you're talking about how you had knowledge roughly that there was pills inside the residence. Did you know what kind of pills there were? How many pills there were? Those types of things?
Object is calls for hearsay.
I don't know.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Hey, don't bring your logic into this, reindeer. We're making fun of somebody, by God, and she's a state employee, so we're allowed
Jessy
to.
Kurczewski tell you in this written statement or oral statement that
She says,
Lynn
I
wanted to
remember.
kill herself with eye drops.
No.
So there was no discussion about eye drops, correct?
Correct.
Object to beyond the scope of my cross. It's going into new territory.
The answer may stand, but please move on.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Any redirect, or I mean, recross based on that?
Jesus,
Thinking-
we're gonna do this all the time. Redirect, recross, recross.
Goodness.
same situation with Miss Michelson, I'd be asking that she be released from her subpoena.
Any objections?
I found out today I'm probably going to be
Request is
subpoenaed.
granted.
We'll talk about it later.
Would next call Tabitha Coops.
For what?
Right?
I witnessed an accident like 2 years ago.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Will you show up in like a sleeveless tee and
Just tattoos everywhere.
yeah.
Oh, stupid me trying to be the good Samaritan. Are you okay? I'll wait for the police with you. Now look at me getting drug into court over some nonsense I had nothing to do with.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kooks. If you
Have
would
you ever had to
please
do anything
make
like that
your
before?
way to the witness
No.
stand, which is all the way to the front of the courtroom. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who will be across from you to the left, will swear you in. She's to the left.
Yeah.
I like it.
I had to in a civil case
Thank
once.
you. Please have a seat.
All I had to do was testify to what I knew, and it wasn't
First
like
thing I
I
will
was
ask you to do
nervous.
is
It
to
was great.
state your first
Hey,
and
it's only
last
gonna take a
names
couple
for the
seconds.
record and spell each.
Sure. Tabitha Kukis, Tabitha. Kukis, K as in King, U as in Union, K as in King, E as in Edward, S as in Sam.
Thank you for correcting how we
Why-
said
wha-
your name. My apologies. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you.
Can we get some
Ms.
like
Cookus,
normal names?
Were you previously employed as a deputy medical
Jesus.
examiner here in Waukesha County?
That's correct.
And how long did you work in that capacity?
From February 2015 until November or December of 2021, I believe. It was almost 7 years.
As a deputy medical examiner,
That's a
can
good
you
question,
explain to the
Brandon.
jury what goes along with that?
Absolutely. So, deputy medical examiner in the state of, or in the
I have
county
no
of
idea.
Waukesha.
Oh.
Essentially, we have to be the eyes and ears
Had a lawyer
for the
around.
medical examiner. Due to the volume of deaths in the county, it's impossible for the pathologist to individually attend each death. So it was our job to triage those cases on what could be released under natural circumstances and what needed further investigation. These cases might come in as phone calls from a hospital or a nursing facility. It would be a death attended by medical personnel, and we could answer questions from the nurses and doctors. Or in this case, it might be something that happened outside of a medical facility, unattended by any personnel, and would require response by our department to the scene. These were what we called scene deaths. We would go to the scene, we would interview anyone that was there. This included law enforcement, paramedics, witnesses, family, friends, those who found the decedent. We would collect evidence, we would document circumstances surrounding the death. We would do a body examination, and we would legally pronounce the death. Then we would determine whether or not this particular death required additional investigation by the pathologist. And if so, we would bring that decedent with us back to the office. We remain custody of the decedent. And then they would often have either an external exam or an autopsy with toxicology testing at the discretion of the pathologist.
Jesus, slow down, lady.
Right? There's so many syllables.
Did you have to undergo any training or education to become a deputy medical examiner?
Yeah, it varies from county to county on what they require. For me personally, I have an undergraduate degree in anthropology and archaeology. I have my master's degree in biological anthropology, which had additional training in death investigation and genocide. And then I also completed.
You can't say that word on YouTube either, lady. What the hell?
Legal death investigation. Additionally, after being hired at Waukesha County, we underwent yearly ongoing education training, conferences, and of course, there's on-the-job training that you receive.
As part of being a deputy medical examiner, I think you might have touched on it, but I want to really emphasize this here. You're involved in death scene investigations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in those investigations in death scenes over the time of your about 6 or so years that you were a deputy medical examiner, about how many death scenes did you process?
Through my entire career, I'd say over 600 were scenes, over 1,300 death cases overall.
horrible, C-Swept.
As part of those death scenes, and I think you might have touched on it, but again, I want to highlight these things. What sorts of objects or things are you looking for at these scenes?
Sure. So obviously we're looking at the decedent themselves. We're looking at body position. We're looking at things like rigor, which is how stiff the body is. And we're looking at things like lividity, which is the blood pooling after death. That's just an effect of gravity, but we can use these things to determine whether or not the person is in the position that they
Are you
died
okay if I
in
leave
or
you
could have
alone
been
for like 5 minutes?
afterwards.
Hi, go
We're
ahead.
looking for evidence
Yes,
of medical
I'll be back,
history,
yeah.
the medications that are on scene, any paperwork. We're also looking at circumstantial evidence that's both surrounding the decedent themselves, but also in their home. Everybody lives differently, but we see a lot of patterns that present over time. So there are indicators of whether or not someone's an alcoholic, whether or not they take care of themselves. Are they home a lot? Do they hardly leave their home? We're using all of these things, I guess, to understand their life and what they may have been going through at the time of their death.
On October 3rd, 2018, were you dispatched to a residence in Waukesha County for a death scene?
Correct.
Was that death scene involving an individual, Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. What did you first observe when you entered the residence?
Immediately upon entering the residence, you walk into the living room, which was open to the dining and kitchen area. So it was immediately obvious that the decedent was there in a recliner.
Did you ultimately pronounce her deceased?
Correct.
How long does that process take?
I guess it varies. There's a few steps involved that we follow per protocol for determining if someone's deceased. We check lividity, we check their body temperature, we check rigor, we check their pupils to see if there's any dilation to touch or light. We look to see if there's any reflex whatsoever. I would estimate the actual body exam itself can be performed in 5 to 10 minutes, but typically by the time you walk in, you make contact with the police department, you do kind of a sweep of the area to get your bearings, take a few photographs. You're usually looking at 30 minutes or so after you've arrived to where you actually make that time pronouncement.
Okay. In this case, do you recall the time that you pronounced her deceased?
I do not.
Okay. If I was to tell you around, give or take, let's say 6:35 p.m., would that sound about correct?
Sure.
Okay. As part of your investigation, do you take photos of the residents?
We do.
Or where they
I
actually
was working.
were deceased?
Both. So we want to take photos of the decedent themselves and show their body position. We want to take a close-up photo of their face for identification purposes. We take photos of any objects that are surrounding the area of the decedent, but it's also common to take overall photos of the home. It's essentially a documentation process that allows the doctor to go through our photos as though they were there themselves and get kind of a vibe of what's going on. And then anything that stands out to us, we would also document.
Did you review those photos that you took of this incident before court today?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to have those eventually put on your screen here, starting with Exhibit 7.
How many photos are we talking about?
There's 14 originally.
All right, and this will be starting with
Exhibit 7.
number 7.
Yep. Yes.
Are you going to go through them all with her quickly to identify them before we publish, or one by one?
I'm going to go through them all quickly.
All right. Thank you. It's on her screen and obviously not in front of the jury yet.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 7 on your screen?
I do.
Is this a picture that you took of the decedent, Lynn Hernan?
It is.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of that photo?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 8, is that also a picture that you took of the residence?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the photo that you took?
Yes.
Exhibit 9, is that a photo you took of the residence?
Yes.
Again, is that a true and accurate copy of the photo?
It is.
Do we get to see them?
Exhibit
Come on.
10, same questions.
Yes. And yes.
Thank you. I'll just make it, I guess I'll ask you at the end, or with all of these, a blanket statement. Are all of these photos that you had taken on this date? Once we get there, I'll ask you that at the end, okay? So let's move on to exhibit 11. Okay, we can- Exhibit 12. Exhibit 13. Exhibit 14. Exhibit 15. Exhibit 16. Exhibit 17. Exhibit 18.
Yeah. Are we going to get exhibit 100?
Exhibit 19. Exhibit 20. And then there's actually a jump in exhibits because we had a minor break. So I'm going to actually show you exhibit 130 and 131 as well.
Welcome back.
Blanket
Thank you.
questions for these. These are all pictures.
I feel so much better.
Yes.
And are those true copies of those pictures?
Yes.
Or move exhibits 7 through 20 into evidence, as well as exhibits 130 and 131 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
I'd also be asking for permission to publish all of these.
Who do you think would win in a fight?
Exhibits 7
Jessy or Sarah
through
Boone?
20 and 130 and
Jessy or Sarah
131
Boone?
are all received.
I think this
Permission to publish.
is a little scrappy.
Granted.
I think so too.
But then again, I don't know.
Sarah Boone's a little
So
crazy
here's
though.
exhibit 7 on the screen.
You too can
Again, this
sponsor
is just a picture
Jamie's
of
beautiful lashes.
deceased Lynn Hernan, correct?
I got to go to my
What?
yeah, appointment tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh no.
Ooh.
Exhibit 8, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the front door there and the rest of the room.
What are you looking for in these types of pictures?
I wouldn't say there's always something specific we're looking for. We're kind of trying to just give a profile of what the room looked like. So for instance, putting those two photos together, I can showcase that she was in a position in which she may have been watching television. That might have been an area she spent a lot of time in, and it makes sense that her recliner is pointed towards the television. She also has view of the front door, but I wouldn't say this particular photo is trying to say anything specifically so much as just to showcase the room.
That's so weird. Oh, wow.
Exhibit 9. Is that what exhibit 9 is as well? Just trying to showcase the whole residence here?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 10, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a close-up of an area near her. I'm showcasing that she has multiple medication bottles that are within arm's reach. She has, she clearly smokes. She has an inhaler. She has got items such as pre-moistened towelettes near her. So that can be indicative of someone spending a lot of time in that particular chair or that particular part of their house because they have daily living things near them. I'm also showing that she has multiple medications that are kind of scattered on her carpet. There's some disorganization going on. There's a spoon out of place. I'm kind of just showcasing how she lived.
Okay, thank you.
This lady really loves her job.
Exhibit 11 here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up of the medication bottles that were directly to her left. I'm trying to showcase the names that are on the medications as well as that her name is on each medication.
Good job. You accomplished
What
that.
are we looking at?
Thank you.
Here
Thank you.
in exhibit 12.
Same thing, this is to the right of the decedent. So I'm showing that there's additional medications that are present, some without their caps on, water bottles, just kind of showing what is within arm's reach or what's near her.
All right. Just
Is
gotta.
this a close-up of that same table?
It is.
And just for the record, I'm referencing exhibit 13.
Is that a doily?
In exhibit 14,
A little doily.
I think there was.
what are we looking at?
This is a close-up of her face and as well as the unknown residue that's on her chest.
You're gonna show it. Good.
You said earlier that you
Good job.
did this for about 6 years or so. Is anything strike you as out of the ordinary with this picture?
The residue on her chest, absolutely.
Why?
That's not something I had seen previously. It's not, regardless of what the residue is, whether it's an illicit substance or a prescription medication, that's not an appropriate way to take any medication. There's a lot of large pieces as well as crushed residue. It's difficult to tell from this picture, but I believe the next slide shows a close-up of her mouth in which you can see there's a piece still in the corner of her mouth. So this to me is indicative that at the very least she's taking her medications inappropriately. Even if it's something that you're prescribed, taking a medication inappropriately can cause an intoxication. So anytime we see a unknown residue or unknown substance or improper use of anything, that's a red flag for intoxication and unnatural death.
Exhibit 15, similar question.
Same thing, just a
She's the
different
deputy,
angle. This
medical
picture shows a little
examiner.
bit better that there
Quality.
is part of a tablet that's still in her mouth. And then just a different angle or different showcase of the residue. This photo does a better job of highlighting that it's multicolored. So I would imagine that to mean multiple different tablets. Most tablets don't come with more than one color. So we have different tablets that are likely crushed here.
You were talking about some, a drug intoxication or those types of.
Remember in their hand movements.
Is this
What?
layout in the way those?
Everyone in their
are
hand
laid
move
on an individual
all over me.
typical of a medication suicide?
No, I would say that's atypical. Usually when people overdose on their medications, they still swallow them. I have had cases where people were snorting particular medications to get that effect faster.
Well, and muscle relaxers and
But I
Xanax,
would
yeah,
imagine
people
most
do
of us
that.
would have a very difficult time trying to snort off of our own chest. So that doesn't really explain that for me.
Did she have a big
There's
chest?
also some
Maybe
very
it wasn't
large
that
pieces
difficult for
there
her.
that would be difficult to snort. So, and with the piece in her mouth, then it looks more like
Oh my
she's
God.
eating them. And I don't have an explanation for why, if she was eating them, so much would be on her chest.
Yes, this is entirely speculative.
Yes.
Well, welcome, Paula D. We appreciate having you.
All right, in exhibit 16 here, what are we looking at?
Yeah. Welcome.
This is a pile of documents that was in the living room directly to the right of the decedent. We do typically take photographs of anything that looks to be important. It's not atypical for people who commit suicide to leave important information out, passcodes, passwords for their bank statements, things like that. So she had a lot of information, a lot of paperwork that was in a pile in her living room. This particular piece of paper is her power of living will. So I was taking a photograph of that for its importance and also
She pronounced it
to locate
Kukis.
next of kin.
Kukis.
Yeah. And she went K as in kite, U as an umbrella.
It looks like I pulled.
I feel
that
like
piece
she
of
was helping
paper
me
out
out,
and
to be
then
honest
took
with
a
y'all.
full
She was making sure I got it
photograph.
right.
Originally, the first photograph is finding it in situ, and then this photograph is taking an entire photo of the piece of paper.
For those that are just joining, I am streaming this. MLS is streaming this, and if you
It's typical for us
would
to
be
take
so kind
photographs
as
of
to
driver's
jump
license
over
for
to the other
identification
one and
purposes.
make sure you hit the like for
Make
both
sure
of
we
us,
have
that
the
would be
name spelled
appreciated.
correctly, the address.
Also, Broken Baker,
You
I
were the
think,
one
is going to
that
be picking
would
this
have
up
been taking that
probably
picture.
tomorrow.
Yes.
Hopefully, if he gets over his man flu.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll keep streaming until he
Exhibit
gets his
19,
health
what is
back.
this photo?
Aren't you?
This is in her bedroom. This is a locked
Aren't I
safe,
what?
that
Sweet.
was found in that position. It was open upon my arrival.
We really need to get you a microphone.
And there appears to be another
Oh.
copy of the will inside.
I love you, Jamie. I'm sorry.
Do you recall if there was anything else notable?
Did you ask if I was Swedish? Is that what you said?
Not that I recall.
This is even better. That you
Is
can't
that
hear.
Power of living will, essentially the same document that you would have located next to her in the living room.
It appeared to be the same, yes.
My stream is pinned at the top of MLS's chat,
Exhibit 20.
actually. I think.
What are we looking at here?
We typically
And
document
MLS
valuables.
is in chat.
So I'm
Thank you,
just
Rabbit.
taking
I
a
appreciate
photograph
you.
of the jewelry that she's wearing.
Why do you do that?
For evidence purposes, that way if, say, she goes to the funeral home and family comes forward and says they're missing a giant sapphire ring, I can go back to my photographs and show that she wasn't wearing that particular piece of jewelry upon my taking custody of her. So it's basically just a trail of evidence for anything that might be deemed valuable.
So when the ME's office takes her body, her jewelry stays with her, correct?
Yes, anything that's on her is going to come with her to the medical examiner's office.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah Boone found that out the hard way.
130, I believe. Is that just a kind of opposite of
Yep, just
spectrum of the
yeah,
previous
another
photo?
view showcasing the various pills and capsules that are on the floor. Saltine crackers can be indicative that someone's not feeling well, just showcasing what's near her.
Maybe she just likes crackers.
And lastly, 131. What are we looking at in this picture?
I presume that is where she crushed whatever was on her
Holy
chest.
crap.
It's a plate with medication tap, like that's the cap to a medication bottle. And this appears to be an unknown powdery substance left behind on a plate.
It looks like a rave on a plate is what that looked like.
When you went throughout the residence, did you go into the garage? Do you recall?
I don't recall going into the garage.
There's obviously the pill bottles from one of the earlier exhibits.
Mhm.
Did you take inventory of the medication that was found in the pill bottles?
Once I took them back to the medical examiner's office, I did.
Why is that helpful?
That's our protocol. It can show things like whether or not they're taking their medication appropriately. You know, if not as many pills are in the bottle as should be. If there's too many in the bottle, then we're not taking our prescription medication. For her in particular, I recall some of those bottles being rather outdated. So she had a collection of medications that would not have correlated to the month of her death. So that could be indicative that she's saving her medications. It could be indicative that she didn't
Go
take
get
them
some rest,
appropriately.
Gigi. We
Could be
appreciate and
indicative
love
that
you.
she's been
We'll see
living
you
in a
soon.
state where she's been primarily on that recliner in that living room, ill for some time.
Yeah, it was 2018, Ellie.
And again, is this inventory of that medication, is that important to your office in determining the cause and manner of death?
That could be viewed either way. On the one hand, no, because all that really matters is what the toxicology shows. All that really matters is what's in the decedent's bloodstream at the time of death, not necessarily what's there. And on the other hand, sometimes we take that medication back and we find another doctor's name that we can use to track down additional medical history, or it helps us, answer questions. The family might come back and ask us, is she taking her medications? Should we have made her take her medications? And the counts might help us answer those questions. So I think it's important for the overall investigation, but not necessarily important for cause and manner of death.
This is why I love you, Ellie.
While you were the one that inventoried the medication, actually, can you say where those missing pills would have been potentially?
What do you, I don't understand.
So if she doesn't have the correct amount of prescription drug in the bottle, would you be able to say where those pills are?
No, she could have, no.
And I kind of want to go back a little bit to Exhibit 131. So you're under the assumption that this is crushed medication, correct?
It appears to be some sort of.
It sure appears to be
unknown
crushed medication.
Do you know how that medication or substance got crushed?
It's a party on a plate right there.
Okay.
You can answer that.
I could theorize, but no, I don't know for certain. There was an explanation that was given to me by.
The original question was answered, so I'll sustain the objection as being narrative, and you may ask your next question.
Thank you. As part of taking inventory, though, of medications, we're going to kind of jump back to that. Does the medical examiner's office have that in their file?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review that property or inventory before court today?
Yes.
Are you done with the photos?
Yes. And I believe those are marked as exhibits 21 and 22.
Oh, that's good. That's good. What the hell is her name? Lynn something.
All right, you can show them to the witness first.
Yeah.
Showing you exhibit 21. Can you just describe that?
It's not up on our screen just yet. There's a delay sometimes. It's up now.
Okay. Can you describe exhibit 21?
It's an inventory of the medications that I took custody of from the scene.
And is that a true and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
I believe there's actually 2 pages of that. I just want to confirm that.
Yes.
That's a different exhibit.
This is the second page.
It is? Okay.
All right. Now
Sorry about
moving
that.
to exhibit 22. Can you describe what that is?
Good point, Danny T.
It's an inventory of
Good
medication from the scene.
Okay.
It's an inventory of things that were not found within a medication bottle that I would have used an outside source to identify that particular medication to the best of my ability.
And again, that's a true and accurate copy of what would be in the medical examiner's file.
Yes.
Looking at exhibit 22, I don't see a drug or talk of any eye drops or Visine. Would you have noted that on this exhibit?
No.
Okay. Speaking of that, though,
There's no money.
you were making notes of things on the scene. You were taking photos of items that were on the scene. Do you recall any eye drops or Visine?
That's what I recall.
And just for the record, I move exhibits 21 and 22 into evidence.
Any objection? No. Exhibits 21 and 22 are received.
Moving forward in this investigation, did you have any contact with a Jessy Kurczewski?
Via phone.
Okay, when did that take place?
The night of the death, after I returned back to the medical examiner's office, I did reach out to her.
So you didn't make any contact with Ms. Kurczewski on scene?
She was no longer present.
Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
Object.
Sustained. I'll strike the answer. Lack of foundation.
So Ms. Kurczewski didn't remain on scene, correct?
Correct.
And in your 6 years of being a deputy medical examiner, is it common for individuals who are related or friends or family to stay on scene of these investigations?
Come on.
Yes, they usually stay on scene.
Okay. In this case, again, Ms. Kurczewski didn't stay on scene. Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
So you did have contact, though, with her over the phone later that night, correct?
Correct.
What did you talk about?
We talked about Ms. Hernan's medical history, why Ms. Kurczewski was involved in visiting her often, her behavior, just kind of background information about the decedent themselves.
All right. Moving forward, did you have any further communication with Ms. Kurczewski?
I believe she called the office a few times after that.
Okay, what was she calling the office about?
She wanted the cause and manner of death.
All right. Do you recall when that was?
I do not.
For life insurance purposes?
I may approach the witness to
Yeah, no.
reflection with her report. I don't have a physical exhibit or anything like that.
Sure. Please show the document to the defense first.
Oh, geez.
And just to clarify the record, it's actually the case call log, not her investigative report.
All right, please make sure you mark it for identification purposes.
Ms. Kukas, can you read out to the jury?
Hold on, you need to establish she knows what that is.
Okay, apologize.
And she can't read anything, bro.
Case call log for her today.
I do.
God.
A true and accurate copy of that case call log.
Yes.
And again, I'll get that marked as an exhibit later, but you would have inputted that information in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to read off to the jury in terms of the call log, the second call log down from the top.
Object to her reading from this document.
See?
Fresh recollection.
Told you.
And ask for the question.
Sustained.
If you could just review that document and then we can go from there.
I recall
Okay.
this.
So what was the topic of
Hold
that?
on, just turn it over.
Okay.
I want her to testify from her memory, not the document at this point.
So what was talked about in the conversations with Mr. Chesky?
The follow-up conversations, we discussed that there was no cause or manner of death yet determined. Toxicology results had not come back yet, so I didn't have anything to share. Our office was also reached out to by John Fryett, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, who self-identified.
It's going to call for hearsay.
Sustained.
The lady defense attorney's on the objections.
If
Yeah,
you
sure.
could continue
Yeah.
Mr. Fryett, please.
Okay. Ms. Kurczewski called asking for cause and manner of death, in which I did not have anything to provide her.
Okay. Did she call you in October of 2018?
Yes.
Then did she call the medical examiner's office in January and February as well?
That sounds correct.
Okay.
She was almost 60, right? 59, something like that.
Yeah.
Ross, please go ahead and mark that exhibit, just for identification purposes.
Your Honor, we're going to have that brought in. The copy that I had, I briefly made a note on it. So that's going to be marked as Exhibit 212 and a fresh copy, though.
Exhibit 212. All right, thank you. All right, Attorney Kukler, will you be doing cross?
I will.
Go ahead.
If I could get my.
Kukler's doing cross with Kukas.
Kukler?
Good afternoon. Is it Kooks?
Kukas.
Kukas? Okay. Thanks. And what do you do for work at this time?
I manage a music lounge and event center.
That's a lot different.
What?
Any particular reason you left the medical examiner's office?
That degree in genocide's really helping you out there, ain't it, lady?
Yes.
When you received calls, you mentioned that Jessy called the office 3 times over the course of a few months, right?
That sounds correct.
That's not unusual for people to call the medical examiner's office to find out if you have any information, is it?
No, it's not.
People do it all the time.
Yes.
Yeah. They want to know if you've determined cause and manner of death yet.
Correct.
You went to the scene of Lynn's death.
Yes.
And you made observations at the scene.
Yes.
And you collected evidence.
Yes.
And you took photographs.
Yes.
And then you also asked a police officer or a deputy sheriff to also take photographs?
I would not request that of the police department. They would do that on their own.
So you didn't do that here? You didn't ask them to take photographs?
No, I don't recall asking them to perform any particular duties.
And that's not something you would do. If you wanted a photograph, you take it yourself.
Correct.
And that's what you did here?
Yes.
Okay.
62?
Yes.
And anything that you thought was significant, you took a photograph of?
Yes.
And anything that you thought was should be gathered for evidence for your purposes, cause of manner or death, you took those things?
If it fell within our jurisdiction, yes.
For example, the medications, you gathered all those up?
I did.
And those were medications we saw on the tables to Lynn's right and to her left, is that right?
Yes.
And also medications you found on the floor?
Yes.
And did you go gather medications from her medicine chest?
I can't recall if it was medications from her chest specifically. I do believe there were some medications found in her purse in her bedroom that were also collected. So any medications that were prescription, I would have collected had I found them.
And you found the ones in her purse?
Yes.
And so you went and you looked through her purse?
Absolutely.
Is that where you found her driver's license?
The driver's license had already been procured by the police department upon my arrival, so they provided me with that.
You're not sure where they found it?
I could not testify to that.
And you looked into her medical history too, a
Yes.
little bit? And you saw medical paperwork right there at her residence?
I did.
Bye, Jude. Thanks for sticking around.
And you
Bye.
noted that she
I'll see you
had
soon, darling.
proctocolitis?
I don't recall making that determination.
Do you want to see your report?
Sure.
I am now. Medicine
Up
chest.
what We've marked as exhibit 25. It's 525. Yes, 525, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will we show that to the witness?
It takes a moment, so be patient. It's up now.
All right. So I'm showing you, you see it's marked 525. You see the sticker on there at the bottom?
It's funny.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And is this your report?
it is.
Street Squirrel, you can
And moving
contact
down to
MLS on
page 2.
Twitter, now X, and Discord as well.
And
with
I
the
believe
subject-
he has his,
I see your signature at the bottom of page 2. Is that your signature?
That is.
You believe you have what?
And I see on here confidential medical history. Did you put that,
Sorry.
input that information?
I did.
I wrote
And
it.
so when you
There you
looked
go.
at her, does this refresh your recollection?
Yes, it looks like a list of diagnoses
Oh, there you
that
go.
her
Email.
paperwork indicated.
So what diagnoses did you observe for Miss Hernan?
None of those diagnoses would have been observable in her deceased state.
Fair enough. What did you observe paperwork to show? What did you read on paperwork for
deceased
diagnosis
state?
for Lynn Hernan?
The list of diagnoses that I have listed here would have been gathered from her medical paperwork.
There you go.
Can you tell
Eris has
tell
the
the
link
jury what
tree.
they are?
Listing off proctocolitis, hypertension, acute kidney failure, nausea with vomiting, hypercalcemia, hyponatremia, abdominal pain, elevated liver function, metabolic acidosis, urinary retention, sinus tachycardia, Clostridium difficile, and renal failure.
And then
Yikes.
there was also a note in her paperwork, wasn't there, about a
Yeah.
palliative care encounter?
There was.
And when somebody is talking to somebody from palliative care, that's end of life care.
It's the stage right before that, yes.
When somebody is possibly going to go into hospice.
Yes.
Do you recall where what the paper was specifically that you read about the palliative care?
I believe it was a discharge summary perhaps from her last hospital visit.
And it's true, she had just gotten out of the hospital a few days earlier, right?
I can't tell you how soon it was, but it was recent, yes.
And then you.
They let her out of the
Were
hospital?
you for admission, Your Honor, of
With-
Exhibit 525 and request to publish this page?
Any objection?
I'm not objecting.
Exhibit 525 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Wait,
It's a minute for things to pop up on
pause a
screen.
second.
Here we go.
Is it in the jury box yet?
It's much easier, I think, to hear me if you pause. 'Cause I just had to ask. Was
Oh,
that,
that absolutely is.
was she saying that was because of the Visine, or this was all she was dealing with before?
I interpreted what she just said as these were all the things that were wrong with her at the time of the examination.
At which after her death.
Yes. So I don't think that she has attributed all of these to just Visine yet.
Okay.
And I don't think she has mentioned whether or not all those pills were in her blood yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she said she didn't have the toxicology report yet. I was just curious because I'm still trying to figure out like what, because they didn't really say like what she was suffering from, did they? Exactly.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But she was just in the hospital, right? And they released her, obviously, for palliative care.
Okay.
But they wouldn't have released her with that, like, renal failure. Like, they wouldn't have done that. They would have, you know what I mean? They wouldn't have released her if she was on death's doorstep, so to speak.
Unless they were really sent her to hospice.
But then they would have done it to hospice. Like, it would have just transferred. They wouldn't have sent her home.
Yeah, exactly. No, because that's what my sister does. She's a hospice nurse. But they would get you set up with hospice and you would go, then everything would get transferred over. So yeah, that makes no sense to just send her home.
That was her diagnosis at the last hospital visit.
Is that what, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. Was it?
Where did I just saw it? Where the hell did it go? Y'all are telling me I'm wrong way too fast.
No, you're okay.
There we go. Okay. That makes sense too, I guess.
Yeah, because maybe she didn't. Yeah, because if she didn't have everything back yet, then maybe that was all she had based off of her last. Okay. That's a lot of. Yeah, that's a lot of shit.
Everybody in chat's telling me I'm silly. My bad.
Well, you're fine. That's why I always have to be like, wait a second, because I can never. They have so much information. This is why juries like. It's crazy with juries because they throw so much information at you, and they can't ask questions, and I'm over here going, wait, is that before or after? So.
Should we back it up, y'all? You want to hear that part again?
I just want to hear. Yeah, I just want to hear. Because they stopped her and then she read it again, but I want to hear if it's from like her stuff before, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Let's go. Maybe there. We'll see what that
Went to
does.
the scene.
Hopefully that's not too
Lynn
far.
South.
Yes.
And you made observations at the scene.
Yes.
And you collected evidence.
Yes.
And you took photographs.
Yes.
And then you also asked a police officer or a deputy sheriff to also take photographs?
I would not request that of the police department. They would do that on their own.
So you didn't do that here? You didn't ask them to take photographs?
No, I don't recall asking them to perform any particular duties.
And that's not something you would do. If you wanted a photograph, you take it yourself.
Correct.
And that's what you did here?
Yes.
Okay.
I've turned us both down a little bit.
And anything that you thought was significant, you took a photograph of?
Yes.
And anything that you thought was should be gathered for evidence for your purposes, cause of manner or death, you took those things?
If it fell within our jurisdiction, yes.
For example, the medications you gathered all those up?
I did.
And those were medications we saw on the tables to Lynn's right and to her left, is that right?
Yes.
And also medications you found on the floor?
Yes.
And did you go gather
Gotcha, buddy.
medications from her medicine chest?
I can't recall if it was medications from her chest specifically. I do believe there were some medications found in her purse in her bedroom that were also collected. So any medications that were prescription, I would have collected had I found them.
And you found the ones in her purse?
Yes,
And so you went and you looked through her purse.
absolutely.
Is that where you found her driver's license?
The driver's license had already been procured by the police department upon my arrival, so they provided me with that.
You're not sure where they found it.
I could not testify to that.
And you looked into her medical history too, a little
Yes.
bit.
Ooh,
And you saw medical
in
paperwork
chat?
right there at her residence.
I did.
she's not even in my chat. What is wrong with you, woman?
And you
Dang.
noted that she had proctocolitis.
I don't recall making that determination.
Do you want to see your report?
Sure.
Okay.
I probably went back a little further than we needed to. My bad.
Yeah, but I think she's getting to it right now.
Yeah, my fault. My fault.
I'll bring
You're
up
okay.
what we've marked as Exhibit 525.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
I think it's 525. Yes, 525, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will we show that to the witness?
It takes a moment, so be patient. It's up now.
All right. So I'm showing you, you see it's marked 525. You see the sticker on there at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
What is
And
proctocolitis?
Is this your report?
Swift.
it is.
All right. I'm moving down to page 2. You have a subject, or I see your signature at the bottom of page 2. Is that your signature?
That is.
And I see on here confidential medical history. Did you input that information?
I did.
She showed a picture
so when you
earlier
looked
saying
at
that
her- does this
all the
refresh
bottles had her
recollection?
name on it.
Yes, it looks like a list
Earlier in her
of
testimony.
diagnoses that her paperwork indicated.
So what diagnoses did you observe for Miss Hernan?
None of those diagnoses would have been observable in her deceased state.
Fair enough. What did you observe paperwork to show? What did you read on paperwork for diagnosis for Lynn Hernan?
The list of diagnoses that I have listed here would have been gathered from her medical paperwork.
Sure. Can you tell the jury what they are?
Listing off proctocolitis, hypertension, acute kidney failure, nausea with vomiting, hypercalcemia, hyponatremia, abdominal pain, elevated liver function, metabolic acidosis, urinary retention, sinus tachycardia, Clostridium difficile, and renal failure.
She
And
had
there was
diagnosed
also a note
renal
in her
failure
paperwork, wasn't
and
there?
let her out of the
about
hospital.
a palliative care encounter.
There was.
That's
And
crazy.
when somebody is talking to somebody from palliative care, that's end of life care.
It's the stage right before that, yes.
And when somebody is possibly going to go into hospice.
Yes.
Do you recall where what the paper was specifically that you read about the palliative care?
I believe it was a discharge summary perhaps from her last hospital visit.
And it's true, she had just gotten out of the hospital a few days earlier, right?
I can't tell you how soon it was, but it was recent, yes.
And then we're moved for admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 525 and request to publish this page.
Any objection?
I'm not objecting.
Exhibit 525 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right. Well, now we know. Yeah, it was before.
That was from the hospital before.
So pop up on screen.
I was wrong.
Here we go.
You're
Is it in the
okay.
jury box?
I'm
There's
wrong all the
there's a
time.
little bit of a
It's nothing
delay.
new. Yes, she would
give me
have
a
needed
thumbs up when you
dialysis.
get it in the jury box as well.
Yes, meds. That seems to be what chat's telling me,
I promise.
which
it'll
makes
be
sense, I guess.
10 be 30
They can't
seconds.
hold you against your will, right? They're not going to kidnap you and force treatment on you.
Nope.
Eris, I think you're going a little too far down that hole, babe. Pull it back a little bit. Pull it back.
Thank you. All right. Lots of thumbs up.
All right, so this is what you were reading from, is that right?
Correct.
And it lists the paperwork, the medical diagnosis for Lynn that you observed on paperwork.
Yes.
Also lists the medications that you collected from the residents, true?
Yes.
Are you familiar with purposes or side effects and things like that for medications, generally speaking?
Generally?
For example, you listed alprazolam. Is that the first one you listed?
It appears to be.
Okay, well, you're looking at it, aren't you?
Yes, that's the first one I listed.
All right, and that's a sedative, isn't it?
I believe that's one of the side effects it can have, yes.
Isn't that why people are given it, for anxiety?
That's beyond my scope. I don't prescribe medications.
Okay, and would you agree that this particular medication can cause somebody as a side effect to become paranoid or to have suicidal ideations?
That's
You know that's a bad question.
She just talked about her lack of
I'll
knowledge with this.
sustain it as to lack of foundation and qualifications.
So that's what I was asking you before, so I'm going to be clear. If I ask you questions about these medications, will you know? Will you know what they're for?
That's beyond my scope.
So you don't know what any of these are?
I might know what some of them are typically used for, but I could not testify as to why she was prescribed them or someone else might be.
You don't know whether any of them are dangerous or not dangerous? You don't have information?
Define dangerous or not dangerous.
Dangerous, something that somebody could, for example, take too many of and overdose, die.
There's a lot of medications that can be prescribed and over the counter that can happen with.
I wasn't talking about over-the-counter medications. I'm talking about Lynn Hernan's.
Visine's an over-the-counter medication.
Are you able to testify to any, whether if taken too many of can cause somebody to die from an overdose?
No, I think that's better.
Hold on.
You can overdose on aspirin.
No, the question was asked.
You really can.
You know, and so she may answer.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
No, I think that's beyond my scope. It's for a doctor to determine whether or not something's an intoxication.
Okay. Now, when you were at the scene, well, I'm going to continue to go through some things
Agreed.
in your report. You arrived at the scene at 18:10 hours.
Yes.
That's 6:10, right?
PM, correct.
6:10 p.m.
Attorney Kukler, do you still need the document up, or are you done with publishing what you needed to the jury?
For the moment, I'm done.
That's
They
true.
Could come down.
As you noticed, I like to bring the documents down and continue with the testimony if they're not needed, and I've done that for both sides. So go ahead.
Did you talk to Jessy at the scene?
No.
So all the information that you put in your report about what Jessy said, did that come from someone else?
Correct. If it's, it depends on the heading that's underneath there. So we do interview anybody that's there, including law enforcement. So they would have provided me with what she may have told them at scene to give a background, but then the information under non-confidential history, which outlines my conversation with Jessy, occurred via telephone after I arrived back to the office.
So my question for you is, in your report, when you put history of events, that Jessy stops by Lynn's home 2 to 3 times a day to assist her, that Lynn didn't seem herself lately, struggling with her mood, that Lynn, those statements, you got those from law enforcement?
Correct. History of events is my interview with law enforcement.
And so when the information that you put in here about Lynn ripping up medical bills or leaving her will out again, that came from law enforcement?
If it's in that same section, yes.
And you've reviewed your report before testifying here?
Yes.
I
Fair.
would like to finish the question first.
Fair.
You reviewed your report before testifying here?
Yes.
So you know that that's in your report.
I know it's in that section as well as I believe the second section under non-confidential history.
And part of your history of events is that Lynn has a history of abusing prescription medication.
I can't recall. I can't say I memorized my report.
Okay, that's all right. Judge, we'd like to show it to the witness.
Perfect.
Presume reviewing your report will refresh your recollection.
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
I'm just going to show it to you, not to the jury. If you would review what's on your screen, history of events, read it to yourself and let me know once you've read that paragraph. To take that down from the witness. Did that refresh your recollection?
It did.
So is it accurate that you have in your report that Lynn has a history of abusing prescription medications?
That was information that the police gave me.
I asked you if that's in your report.
It is in my report.
And in your report, did you also indicate that she, meaning Lynn, crushes her pills due to issues swallowing?
Yes.
That Lynn has been unwell for several years?
Yes.
That doctors have been unable to diagnose her with a definitive illness?
Correct.
And that when Jessy was asked by police if she thought Lynn was suicidal, she was unsure?
Correct.
You indicated in your report that it was a tidy, clean condo that Lynn lived in.
Yes.
How many bedrooms in that condo?
I believe there was one bedroom.
How many bathrooms?
I believe there was one bathroom.
Today is day one, so you haven't really missed that much.
And
This
you-
is only
you
the
said, I think that you went in the bedroom because
witness?
that's where you found the prescription in
second
Lynn's
witness, third
purse.
witness.
Correct.
Or some prescriptions.
Yes.
How many were in her purse?
Oh,
I
look
don't
at you.
recall.
You're already all over it. Why am I even here? Goodness.
Specifically, you found it?
I do not.
Is there any way we can look
Trying
at
to help.
the medication log and determine
You're
which
great,
were
Jane.
in her
We
purse
love
and
you.
which were somewhere else?
It may say in the log where I found them specifically, but that would be the only indication.
Okay. And the observations you made at the scene were that there were 3 tables to Lynn's left cluttered with multiple prescription medications.
Yes.
And I'm going to bring up, I'd like to show the photographs to the witness that have already been admitted into evidence.
Brooks' trial wasn't exactly. Nobody liked Brooks. Brooks wasn't going to win that
Talking
trial ever.
about,
So basing
Exhibits.
the love of
7
police
through
in
20
Kenosha,
and 130 and 131.
I think it would be a
No.
mistake to base it off
I
that
thought the
case.
state started
He was
showing,
screwed
did
from
they
the
not show
beginning.
the
But I see your point.
scene photos?
Yes, those are exhibits 7 through 20 and 130 and 131.
What is that face? Don't do that, lady. What are you doing?
I see. Okay, well then, I will start there. Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Okay,
Would you like to publish while you're doing
I
this? as
would.
well?
I'd like to show them to the jury and talk about each photo with the witness.
Go ahead.
So I am showing you what's marked and previously admitted as Exhibit 7. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And that's how you
Pretty
saw Lynn when you arrived at the
Too
scene,
much.
is that right?
Correct.
And you said that you take a look at things to observe the scene and make sure that there's no evidence that a person's been moved. And as you looked at Lynn, it didn't look like she had been moved. True?
That's correct.
And that's the TV And you just wanted us to see that because you wanted to see that she was facing the TV and she could also see who was coming in and out of the condominium. Is that right?
That's fair to say.
And I wish I could do this easier.
If you want to have us stop publishing for a moment, you could open each of them up and then click from one to the next.
Oh, I see.
Would you like to do that?
How do I do that?
Open each one in, I think you're in Adobe, and then click the tabs on it.
Okay.
I'm not saying a word.
Stop
I think this
publishing
lady's
for a
doing
moment.
phenomenally.
Not me either. Yep.
So you know how you were going back to the
Yes.
file? Yes. You should be able to highlight using the control key each exhibit you want to open, and if it works, they'll all open separate tabs, but
All right. That sounds.
you have to simultaneously, not that way, hit control and then each one, but.
Look at this lady. Look at her. She's like, what in the F is happening right now? Oh my God.
Well, I won't be able to do that apparently, so I'll just keep doing it the way I'm doing it.
Problem.
I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 10 now,
All right, we'll republish. There you go.
and do you see that?
Yep, it's on my screen now.
Okay, great. And there we can see some pills on the floor, is that right?
Yes.
Some that seem to have spilled out of bottles, right?
Yes, correct. I can't testify to how they got there, but there are capsules and tablets on the floor.
And we can see an open prescription bottle on the floor too, can't we?
Yep,
It's missing the lid.
it is.
And we see an ashtray with one finished cigarette and one ready to go, or maybe was just smoked for a minute.
Clear so, yes.
And there's lighters. There appears that Lynn smoked cigarettes.
Yes.
Did you take pictures of her cigarette or her packs of cigarettes?
I don't believe I did.
Oh, Ellie, that's too funny.
What?
And now the pills are in a little different position now on that same table. Did you move them to put them in like a semicircle so you could get a better picture of them?
Yes, I'm trying to show the names of the medications and her name on each bottle.
And so when we see what's marked Exhibit 11, that's not how you found them. That's how you wanted to demonstrate them.
That was to make them more readable. The way they were found was in the original first few photos.
Right. This is how you put them up for display.
Correct.
Okay. And this is another table to the right side of Lynn that you took a picture of because it shows more pill bottles.
Correct.
One that doesn't have a lid on it. True?
That's true.
And this is Exhibit 12.
And that was 12. I'll confirm that for you.
And Exhibit 13, is that just a close-up of the same thing?
Yes.
And you took a close-up for what reason on this picture?
I think I'm just trying to see if I can get the names to be made out in the photograph. Maybe I thought the first one came out a little blurry.
And when you looked at all the pill bottles here, all the pill bottles were in the name of Lynn Hernan, right?
As I recall, yes.
If you had seen pill bottles for someone else, you would have noted it.
Yes.
That would have been a big red flag, right?
I would have noted that.
All right. And let's try again. And Exhibit 14, this is a close-up of Lynn. She has a chain around her neck, right?
Yes.
And you later on took a closer look at that and determined those are her father's dog tags, right?
Yes.
From the military.
Yeah.
What?
So we'll wait. I'll wait till after the day's session. We'll chat for a little bit after this.
Okay.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 29.
Let's take it off the screen so she can identify it.
Maybe take a look at Exhibit 29.
It'll take a moment.
And I would note, Your Honor, this is not a photo that she took.
Do you guys like that lamp? That's the second or third time I've seen somebody call the lamp pretty.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can you
Not
see
exactly
Exhibit
my cup
29
of tea.
in front of you?
I can.
Is this,
Yeah, I
whether you
heard-
took this photo or not, is this
I think Eris actually was talking.
how you
to him, but
remember
she liked
seeing
it.
Lynn in the scene on October 3rd, 2018?
Not my
It
cup of
is.
tea.
Now, look at that table to Lynn's left. I know you testified earlier that there were no eye drops at the scene, but do you in fact, now that you take a close look at that table to her left,
You can get
see
them
a
made
bottle of eye
anywhere.
drops
They're not.
next to the toilet?
Go to a military
I see
surplus
what could
store.
be
They've got a
eye drops. I
dog
can't
tag
say
printing
for certain what
machine.
those are.
Okay. I move for admission of Exhibit 29 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
I am objecting. This is not a photo that this witness took.
Overruled. Exhibit 29 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Who, the medical examiner, Rose? Did a thesis online?
Can everybody see Exhibit 29 now?
What?
No? Okay.
Oh.
You see it now? Okay.
I have
and
a
so
theory.
This
I have a
is how
theory.
you remember the scene.
We'll talk
now
about
that you
it. We'll
look at
talk
this,
about
this is accurate.
It appears.
And you didn't make a note of the drops, whatever those drops were, anywhere in your report, true?
That's true.
And would it be fair to say that okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
What did I do
Would it
now?
be, fair
I
to
get clipped
say
saying something else stupid?
that
Great.
you were not thinking about eye drops when
Oh.
you were at this house on October 3rd, 2018?
That's fair.
And so if there were eye drops around the house,
Oh,
they probably wouldn't have caught your attention.
got it. Got it.
If there was one or two bottles like anyone else's house, no, they would not have caught my attention.
And in fact, this didn't catch your attention because until now you didn't really notice it.
Correct.
But those do look like eye drops, do they not?
Could be nasal
Thank you, Rose.
spray. I really can't say what that is.
Okay.
This
We can
dog
take that
is
down.
farting and it smells
Oh,
so rancid.
Um,
Oh my God,
Now-
y'all.
I didn't see any photographs of waste baskets. Did you take any?
Not that I recall.
You did make a note that you saw liquor bottles in a waste basket,
Yes,
but you didn't photograph them.
I did not.
Do you remember if they were vodka?
I do not.
You couldn't tell us today what kind of liquor they were.
The ending of a people.
Which
The G
waste
word,
basket,
the
was it
ending
in
of
the
a people.
kitchen where you saw the
She has
liquor
a
I
bottles?
believe it was
degree
the
in it.
kitchen, yes.
Do you have any
Or studied
knowledge
in
as you
it
sit here today
for a
of what
master's or
was-
some
else was
nonsense.
in that waste basket?
Nothing that I recall.
What about in the bathroom waste basket?
Nothing that caught my attention.
In the waste basket in the living room, do you have any recollection of what was in that?
Nothing that caught my attention.
There, I broke it up.
Because again, really you were focused on medications mostly.
There you go.
I was
There you
focused
go.
on everything in the scene, but unless something appeared out of place, I wouldn't have necessarily documented it.
You said that you, did you bring a medical bag with you to the scene? Did you bring a medical bag with you to the scene?
I brought my backpack. I don't know if I would call it a medical bag.
And that's what you take to scenes, your backpack?
Yes, my scene bag, yes.
Okay, and what do you have in your scene bag?
various items, gloves.
We are glad you were enjoying it.
There's probably a pocket knife would have been in it, a tape measure, additional forms, documents in case I needed someone to fill something out, extra paper, tape in case, paper bags that we used often for gunshot wounds.
Do you carry a thermometer with you?
We carry an ear thermometer that we use for babies.
Well, because one of the things you said to the state was that one of the things you do at the scene is you take a temperature.
Of the room, yes. There would have been a room thermometer, not a body thermometer.
Okay, the only body temperature item you have is an ear thermometer.
Yes.
And you didn't take Lynn's temperature.
We typically do not take temperatures of decedents.
Why would you do
And
that?
again, I'm not really asking generally, I'm just asking.
If the
about
lady's
case.
no
No, I did
longer
not.
in the living, why would you bother taking your temperature?
You did take a look at whether or not
Oh.
you started to see, I heard you said rigor, but isn't it rigor mortis?
There's debate on the pronunciation.
Okay, so rigor mortis or rigor mortis, however you want to pronounce it, you took a look at that, right?
I did.
And that's where muscles on a body start to stiffen up, right?
Yes.
And you noted that rigor was present in her jaw and her neck.
That sounds correct.
And in her upper extremities.
That sounds correct.
And there was no rigor yet in her lower extremities or in her stomach area, true?
There wouldn't have been, I don't think we would document rigor in her stomach, but, and not in her lower extremities, no.
I guess I should have been precise, the trunk. You look at the trunk, don't you?
Yes.
It wasn't yet in her trunk or her lower extremities.
No, I don't recall it being in her hips or her legs.
Okay. And you said you're trained in medical death scene investigation. And as part of that, have you been trained in doing that with the Spitz and Fisher? Are you familiar with their teachings in that?
No, I don't recall a specific textbook used.
When you've studied in your death scene investigation, in your training though, and in looking at rigor, you know, do you not, that starts to set in 1 to 2 hours after death.
That's a good average.
Now, you arrived at the house at 6:10.
Yes.
When rigor starts in the face and the jaw, ultimately moving into the trunk, into the lower extremities, that whole process is usually complete in 6, maybe 8 hours. True?
There's a pretty wide range when it comes to looking at rigor mortis. Everything from the temperature of the room, the clothing the decedent is wearing, what kind of material they're on, if they're covered with a blanket, all of those things have to be factored in. It starts with smaller muscles and then goes to the larger muscles. So I wouldn't say that it goes to the trunk prior to the legs.
I think she's getting fed up.
Go to the legs and
She
then the
needs a
trunk.
cigarette.
Good.
Yeah.
So, and of course, it can vary if you're, for instance, a person is outside in a cold or in a cold area, for example, it might not progress at sort of the normal fashion.
Absolutely.
But you did take the temperature in her condo, it was 79 degrees.
It was.
Okay. So it wasn't cold in her condo,
No, I'd say that's a bit warm.
depending on a person's health.
Yeah.
Allie, I would pull that up,
People
but
who sit around.
I don't want to
a
get
lot,
MOS in
not moving
trouble.
a
So
lot,
we're just gonna leave that
get
alone.
colder.
Very often.
So if we were to look at the rigor that was in Lynn, in her jaw, and her neck, you took a look at her sometime between 6:10 and 6:40,
Yes.
because it said it took you about a half an hour to do everything that you needed to do at the scene.
Yes.
And so at the point that you saw her, would you agree that the rigor is probably somewhere between 2 and 4 hours.
That's very difficult to put any sort of time frame on. We don't typically give a time frame or an estimated time of actual death.
You wouldn't disagree with literature that indicates that the typical rigor is complete in the lower extremities in somewhere in the 6 to 8 hour range.
I imagine that's what the literature says. It was my job to observe the rigor, and how that was interpreted by the doctor is beyond my scope.
Okay. Have you done any research in that area at all, or any study in that area?
Not particular academic study, no.
You saw water bottles at the scene, or at least a water bottle. You didn't collect that, did you?
No.
How many water bottles were at Lynn's home?
I don't recall.
Do you know if there were any on the kitchen counter?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
When you took pictures of different parts of rooms, you only took limited pictures in rooms, right? You didn't take an overview of all the rooms, like the bedroom.
That's fair.
The bathroom. You didn't do that.
Correct.
At the time, you were focused on medications, it seems like.
I was focused on the decedent and what was surrounding her.
And any medications that you saw elsewhere, you focused on.
Yes, we do typically focus on medications. That's part of our protocol.
You said that Lynn was wearing no bottoms. Is that right?
Correct.
But she had a blanket over her.
Correct.
And she had an absorbent pad of some sort underneath her.
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of the toilet in the bathroom?
I did not.
You learned when you got
Pants are prison.
confidential history
Pants are prison.
in your report that, in fact, Lynn was released from the hospital last Friday. Do you remember that?
I recall she had been in the hospital recently.
Do you remember that you indicated in your report she had just been released on Friday?
Yes.
That could be an issue with cost.
And you indicated that it
well.
was recommended that she enter an inpatient rehabilitation facility for physical therapy, but she refused.
Correct.
She also declined recommendation for home health care.
That's what I was told.
She had an appointment yesterday for blood work, but refused to go.
That's what I was told.
Seems like she was pushing back her medical appointments.
Oh my God,
That's what I
dog.
was informed.
And when, with the non-confidential history, was that also from law enforcement?
No non-confidential history would have come from Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. And so Ms. Kurczewski told you that Lynn was tired of being ill,
Yes.
that she was afraid of being declared incompetent and put in a nursing home.
Yes.
What you asked her about suicide, Jesse, was uncertain,
Yes.
but she did admit she thinks Lynn takes too many pills,
Yes.
including pain pills and sleeping medication.
That's what she told me.
And that Jesse told you it was common for Lynn to crush medications because of her problem swallowing.
That's what she told me.
She got into something in the yard this morning, and it apparently is not agreeing with her.
Even though you
Hi, I'm
took
Browns.
medications out of Lynn's purse, you didn't take a
How are you doing?
photograph of the purse.
I don't believe I did.
I don't see it in the photographs.
Correct. So I don't believe I did.
Got him.
What?
The state said that
Meds.
strike that. Did you see, you indicated in your report that you saw some crushed medications on Lynn's chest.
There was something crushed on her chest. Yeah.
Something crushed on her chest and some kind of pill looked like part of a pill in her mouth.
Appeared to be some sort of tablet.
You didn't say anything in here about pills in her hair.
No, I don't recall anything in her hair.
If you had seen anything like that in your hair, you would have made a note of it.
I would have.
Thank you, Rose. We love you.
Again, you noted that she was wearing the dog tag, which bore the name Robert Wallace Hernan.
Yes.
And you learned that was her father.
Yes.
Her deceased father.
Correct.
You learned that that you saw and you took a picture of her will, a power of attorney or living will. Is that right?
Yes.
My God, woman. Get your tech down.
And that's already been admitted as Exhibit 19, I think. Let me just be sure about that.
I apologize for the interruption, but I need to take a comfort break before we continue. Any of my jurors need to as well. We'll try to at least, they're shaking their heads.
Yeah,
Take a pause
please
and then
spank
I'll
me harder.
Bring them back up.
Oh. Yeah.
How much time with this witness, and I'll make a decision on if we're going to break. All right. All rise for the jury, please.
And lucky for us, we're in Magic Land where time doesn't really matter and we can just skip right to the next.
Sure.
Yay, look at us. That's called making up grounds. How's that, Maddie? How was that? Oh, crap.
Man.
Giggity. So this is in Wisconsin, which is Central Time. I would assume that they're only going to be going for like 10 more minutes, probably-ish.
Yeah, I assume after this witness, we probably done. Let me see. She's still on the stand.
Yeah, she sure is.
Yeah. But come on, let's go.
I wrote on mine. It goes up to like 6 and then it jumps to 30. Right now, some casting.
All rise for the jury.
I could be wrong. They might go for another hour even. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to go till 6.
Oh, like it's a fillable? That's weird.
I don't remember what they did in Brooks. I feel like she just kind of ended whenever the hell she wanted to.
She usually pushed it till 6 because of his antics, but I think
that
she
could be.
normally is like a 5 o'clocker. So we'll see.
She's smiling a lot more than she did with Brooks. That's for sure.
Yeah, I would be too.
Thank you. Please be seated. And Attorney Kukler, you may continue with your cross.
I'd like to, for the last few questions, I'm almost done, Your Honor. I'd just like to share my screen and show this witness some other exhibits that have already been received into evidence.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm showing you what's already been received as Exhibit 10. Do you see that in front of you?
I do.
Is that being shown to the jury?
Not yet, Madam Clerk, you can publish.
I see on the floor. Oh, what do you mean?
We're good now.
Okay, showing you what's marked as and received as Exhibit 10. Do you see the spoon on the floor?
Agreed there.
I do.
You didn't collect that spoon, true?
That's true.
You didn't take the pee pad that she was sitting on, did you?
No.
We saw previously the living will that you took a photograph of as Exhibit 17. Do you remember testifying to that earlier?
Yes.
And that is a power of living will naming Jessy Kurczewski as her power. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I want to show you, Your
Sorry, what
Honor,
number was that?
that was 17.
Thank you.
And then if you take it down, because I need to show her something that hasn't been admitted yet. I want to show you what we have marked as Exhibit 543. Can you see that yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 543 yet?
No.
Okay.
It's on my screen.
All right. When you were talking about substance on a plate, is this what we were talking about?
Yes, that appears to be the same plate.
And that's what, and you recognize this as being from this scene that we've been talking about here today?
From the scene, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for admission of photograph 543 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
I'm just briefly looking through all these photos because there's.
You think this court clerk is available for like birthday party?
That's.
Oh my God.
She's
Is there
awesome.
any objection to the court receiving it?
That's why I'm analyzing all 30 to make sure that there's.
She is not good at hiding her emotions, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Is this a single photo at this point?
There's 30 photos as part of this exhibit. And they're trying to admit all of it.
They're all scene photos that were taken at the scene. Received from the state.
All right, I didn't know that there are 30 photos within 543. So are you going to seek all of them at this time?
I was really only looking for this particular photo, but I see it as part of a larger exhibit. They're all photos from the state. So yes, I would move for admission of 543. They're all the same photos that we've been looking at. All received from the state.
Can you just go page by page so I can see those?
You bet.
Thank you.
This.
Let me know if
Good Lord.
Okay.
I can't make this part go any faster. We're already caught up, y'all. We're live. We're live.
We're live, guys.
Almost live. Close enough.
That's the end.
Obviously, some of those are duplicates to exhibits that are already in evidence. As to the ones that are not duplicates, what's the state's position?
I'm not per se objecting to the admission of this exhibit. I think she's only trying to get in the one photo or publish.
Well, she's now offered all of them. So
Right. She she's also trying to publish the one here, which I am not opposed to publishing that. I just want to make sure that she doesn't publish
Well,
the
is there an
victim's medical records.
objection to any of this exhibit?
No.
Then exhibit
Then why did
5,
you say you objected?
I know.
43 in its entirety is received.
Ask you to publish one page from it.
All right, and it looks like that's page 13 of 543, if I'm reading the side correctly.
You are right.
All right,
Page 13.
permission to publish granted.
Okay, what is it?
Right.
All right, we have it in the jury box
We
as
do,
well
okay.
as the monitors.
All right, and this is also represents another part of the scene when you arrived at Lynn's home, right?
Correct.
And we can see crushed substance on this plate.
Yes.
And you didn't collect this plate or this substance.
No.
And there's crushed pills or broken pills and maybe whole pills, look like pills on the floor, right?
Yes.
Why would you
Did
take
collect
that?
all of those products from the floor?
The whole pills, I don't think I collected every fragment.
Not the little pieces.
No, I can't say that I got every little piece.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for this witness, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. You can
take down the exhibit.
take down any redirect.
I don't have any redirect. Thank you.
Thank God.
God.
Down.
Let's see. Are they continuing?
I'd be asking that she be released from her subpoena.
Any objection?
No.
All right, she may be released. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will be reading what I've read to you previously, but it is important that you keep in
Ooh,
mind
sounds like we're done for the
rules
day.
that govern you and not deliberating and not researching or looking through or reviewing any type of news reports, etc. So I'll just read this to you. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the day. Please be back here tomorrow morning. We'll start up as quickly as we can. And
She did
close to
not
10 to
give a
8:30.
cause or manner
All
of
rise
death.
for the jury, please.
Yeah. I think there's another person for that.
She was only the deputy ME. She wasn't the actual medical examiner or coroner or whatever. Let's see what they got.
All right.
Let's see what they got.
Thank you. Be seated. Is there anything from the state prior to breaking for the day?
Judge, I would like to address the process that we've been undergoing regarding exhibits, because I think we're having some issues and I need to lodge some objections about the way things have gone on so far. I hope that we can hit our stride in terms of this as it continues to go on. One specific objection is that the jury should not be able to see the exhibits and file names that are not into evidence. So I would object that
Valid
the defense
objection.
counsel's computer be published where they're able to read file names of exhibits that aren't in evidence that can be descriptive of what's in that exhibit. Another objection I have is the defense using exhibits that the state has marked
Hi,
and
Hothead
entering
Red.
those during cross-examination.
I'm not sure that I
I would
recognize
ask
you.
that if the defense wants to enter a new exhibit with a witness, that they prepare it and mark it just like we did. In terms of, I think part of the reason that there was perhaps hesitation regarding the last exhibit that the defense showed is because it's going to be really difficult and unworkable to have a 30-page exhibit that just has one
Not even
number.
close.
So we'd ask that if exhibits are going to be entered, they be bait stamped or they have some identifier per page so that we can know exactly what everybody's talking about at the same time. And I know
Let me ask Madam Clerk a question. Once it is received into the record and it has a document number, will it not then also have the number of pages for that exhibit? We'll look into that.
Okay.
I mean, like any other document that's entered, I know there would be. I need to check that with exhibits. I don't know. But that's the benefit of e-filing.
Well, unfortunately we're operating on the copies that we've gotten that don't have those markers. So it's difficult for us to go back, you know, in a week and a half and look at a piece of paper in this exhibit that's been entered today by page number and not have that marked. The state's marked every single page of exhibits so that it's very identifiable what page of what exhibit we're showing anyone. So that would simply be my respectful request. I would also ask that in some courts, it's the procedure that once an exhibit's admitted, it can be published no matter what. I think that was why there was some hesitation regarding any objection to the defense exhibit. I wanted to revisit this court's thoughts about an order just in regards to the victim's medical records being live streamed. And that was a component of the defense exhibit that was discussed and is now admitted. There's medical records in there in defense exhibit 525. Sorry, 543.
Attorney Kukler?
Well, these were seen photographs taken in this Cook's testimony that she saw these medical documents and she used them to prepare a report. That's how she put the Lynn's prior diagnoses in there. So there's nothing that's not confidential. That's part of the medical examiner's.
I think the issue is whether, obviously there's going to be testimony about these things. It's whether any of those documents, her medical records are live streamed, meaning whether the camera zooms in on the screen or not. And I think it's appropriate for the purpose of the live stream that
and I appreciate you, Your Honor, for being
medical records
live streaming this.
of the
Couldn't get the words
victim
out.
not be captured, whether it's a photograph or through the live stream through our cameras, and then broadcast or reported. Obviously, the information, the testimony, I understand that, but
We
just
don't have
talk.
a position on that.
Yeah, no, I
whatever
think
you
that's
wanna do.
appropriate. I think under Marcy's law, I need to consider that. So now, as far as exhibits, if a party has marked it, I understand what you're saying, Attorney Nikolai.
I don't recognize you
As
either.
long
You
as
knew?
there can be
Welcome.
proper authentication
Um,
and foundation.
MLS isn't here
I
at
think
the
it's fair
moment.
game if they happen
Jamie
to,
and
in the
myself,
flow of this
Valhalla,
trial
are
during
holding down the fort.
cross-examination, want to show a witness an exhibit even that you have marked. And so I will take up objections as they are raised and rule on them. I'm not going to enter any type of blanket rule that says a party can't use another party's exhibit. What I would prefer, and we were on the fly and it was at the end of the day here today, that we not have duplicate exhibits. So that can be confusing to the jury.
talked
So
so
try to be more mindful of that. Madam Clerk, were you able to get an answer for me about when exhibits are uploaded through the exhibit queue, and if they have like a page number.
It'll show how many pages the document is, but they're not individually numbered pages.
Like we would have on a document. Meaning, obviously, when you file a document, it has document 142, and it'll say page 2, page 3. What I'm being told is an exhibit, it will show how many pages there are, but it won't have that designator. So, I mean, bottom line is, I've done complex civil cases where I have documents that are
Y'all are
hundreds and
hard on
hundreds
the
of pages that are
judge.
still one
Dang.
exhibit. So I'm not going to limit the parties. I don't think there's
Chat's
any
just eating her
rule of evidence
alive.
that requires me to do that. And I understand, and you're thinking about maybe for reference to the jury later on, and I would just caution the parties, you want to make it as easily identifiable for the parties. I mean, for the jurors, so that when you reference those types of exhibits during your closings later on, that they know and understand that. But I'm not going to further, I guess, micromanage at this point.
Isn't that what you're doing?
Other than to say, let's do our very best to avoid duplicate exhibits. And obviously, the one I just entered had some duplicates, but again, it was the end of the day, and I think we all wanted to have that witness be
I
able
miss
to
Kurczewski.
complete her testimony
Oh,
here
I
today.
love
And
him.
so
Oh,
that's
my
why I
heart.
made the ruling that I did.
I love
Anything
him.
from the defense?
Just like to know who the witnesses will be for tomorrow.
You guys can meet and confer after.
Your
I'm not
mom.
going to go on the record with that every day. That's between the parties, and if there's an issue, I'll take it up in the morning.
Nothing
Okay?
else.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess. See you
Oh my
tomorrow.
God.
8:30 a.m.
Outstanding.
What was even the question? The
Oh,
question was.
okay, y'all. So I actually have a theory. I think what they're trying to do is show, she had reached the end, right? She went to the hospital. She got diagnosed with basically your time is up. We'll call it that in a nutshell. Went home. She was looking at her daddy's military stuff, had her little, pad to not ruin her couch, and just went to town. I think that's their theory of the events. But it's not really being put together very well yet.
No, we haven't really got much information on anything really, other than.
No, we've only dealt with 3 witnesses so far. Go ahead.
Well, what was funny about the hair thing, because the lady said she didn't see anything in her hair, but remember, were you listening then?
The
I don't know.
opening
Stream then. They made a point to say she had the dusty in her
in her hair.
because I laughed for like an hour. So I was just thinking, like, she was partying.
Well, it does seem, I don't know if it's beside her on the chair, right?
Yeah.
I could potentially see some, she leans over or something, it getting in her hair. Or,
Yeah, and if you're crushing it up, who knows if it's like dusting all over,
Well, and okay, I'm gonna be real. From my understanding, that plate of goodness probably didn't taste all that great, and it probably burned like hell if she did snort or eat it. And if she did snort it, I could see her coughing and just spraying the entire plate everywhere if she's not used to snorting painful medications.
Absolutely. I'm not familiar with any of that stuff, but I'm just common sense would think,
Right. I've seen people do it. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look fun. Doesn't look fun.
You have fun with that.
Yeah. We have not yet heard anything about Visine being in her system, though.
Yeah, because the lady said they didn't have the toxicology report back yet. I assume they have the actual medical examiner that will talk about all that. So if you were late today, you didn't really miss much. We had 2 cops that didn't really, they just came to the scene.
Yeah. One was, I don't even know if the one was a cop. She was like a police person, but I don't know. She was like monitoring the door or something. I don't know what the hell she was doing.
Yeah. And then this lady that ended the day. So
I'm actually starting to think that she might have, Rabbit. I mean, they if somebody tells me I'm not I've got the last little bit of life to live, and all it's going to do is get more and more painful for the last however many days I've got left. I'd probably go out on my own terms.
I mean, a lot of people do. You don't even realize it. My sister's been a hospice nurse for a long time, and she always told me stories. So,
yeah.
A lot of people are like, I'm just gonna take care of myself. I mean, obviously she's heard things. She's never had anybody do that to her, but but it's crazy. But yeah, if they're talking to her about palliative care or whatever, that's care. And with all those illnesses, I could see it. That's why I kind of wanted to, like, after they start getting into it, you're like, okay, wait. I mean, I know this lady was taking money, large sums of money from this woman.
Well,
Still don't know if, like, she was giving it to her.
Right.
You know, like,
like
they've said, he gets a lot of cases where the caretaker is the one the family goes after a death of somebody, you know, and a lot of times that does happen. So
yeah, Hothead Red, that's the murder weapon in question in this case.
That's exactly why I want to see how it comes up, because that'll be interesting.
Before too many more of you bounce out of here, quick reminder, we are streaming on my channel, Valhalla Awaits, as well as MLS. My link is pinned in MLS's chat, and MLS's link is, can somebody help me out one more time with MLS's link? Will be in my chat shortly. And make sure you go over there, give the other person a like and a subscribe and the notification bell and all that. And of course, the luscious lashes of Jamie. We love her, we appreciate her, and we wouldn't know where to go if she wasn't with us.
I try help you guys. Yeah, I mean, hopefully Dave and Val don't have to get stuck doing this, because poor little Baker has a man flu.
The man flu is strong. The man flu is strong.
But didn't you have something to say about the dog tags, though? I was trying to remember dog tags.
Well, that was just it, right? Like you're clipping your dad's, you know. I could see it. Okay.
I was like, other than that, I don't think we have anything else.
I don't think so either. Friday, I will be on the Experts Halloween stream. I might be able to pull. Well, you know what? I don't know what the hell I'm doing this week. I might be streaming Thursday with EU. Not 100% sure yet. Might be streaming Friday with Megan Fox as well, for a little bit before Expert stream on Friday. And then, of course, me and Dave have the Lego stream this Saturday that we'll both be streaming. Oh, yes. Thank you, Ellie. I do have a poll running. So the poll was, what's your initial feelings? Guilty, not guilty? 60% said guilty. Shame on every one of you, because they should always be not guilty. But
it was
I understand.
Poll, guys.
I understand.
Yeah. I mean, once you start throwing financial stuff in there,
Rabbit had it in the chat already. My bad, Rabbit.
It gets wonky. So, I'm excited for the Lego stream. I love your guys' Lego stream.
It's fun. We like it. I think it's good.
What one do you have this time?
Well, it's already put together. Hold on, let me find these starship books. I gotta tear it apart.
Oh, you got
With this one.
What is it?
It's like a little Zen garden. It's got a little pagoda and little Japanese treats and such. It's nice.
Do you display your Lego stuff after you put it together?
Some of them. Most of them are on that shelf.
I wish I had a bigger screen, because
there's a big castle back there somewhere. Back there. It's a castle right here.
Look at how cool that is.
I got shit everywhere, y'all.
Right.
I got shit everywhere. What do you got coming up, Jamie? Anything?
No, not really. Just doing this. I mean, I float around everywhere, so I don't really have like solid places where I'm gonna be. It's kind of whatever comes up.
No?
Yes, C-Swept. We are, to my knowledge at least, Wendy's hosting. I think so. Yeah, I think that she's gonna probably be hosting most of them from now on if we can get her to. We like her hosting. I think it works out well. And Wendy H is awesome.
She sure is. Basically, you guys will see me in the Discord most of the time because me and Iris are doing a lot of movies for Halloween. So if you join Dave's channel and his membership, you can get access to the Discord and have some fun with us.
And that is a lot of fun in Dave's Discord. There's
it's a good time. It's crazy.
Especially if you like controlled chaos.
It works. So he'll come see us because most of the time he stays away.
Well, yeah.
Do you lurk in the background and
no
tell us?
No. I read the notifications when they come up.
The crap that we're doing.
No.
And you're like, I'm not gonna play with you.
No, I get tagged in something and then I got to go back and figure out what the hell y'all are talking about. It takes me like 2 hours just to catch up to the conversation.
I know.
What
There's
is
a couple
going
channels I muted and then I'm like, I shouldn't mute those because every time I go in there, I have like 95 messages. Can't I'm like, dang it. I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, it's fun over there, y'all. If you get if you pay for a membership over in MLS, you have access, then you just get in there. If you have a different name in Discord than you do in YouTube, let Jamie MLS or Jungmin know, and they'll let you in. We
do all kinds of stuff in there. So it's the membership benefits is basically all in there. So
I do know that MLS has some streams coming up.
I think he said he's doing, let's try to figure out for him, poor guy.
So tomorrow is the 24th, or is that tonight? What's the date?
Yeah, tomorrow.
24th. So he's doing Whitmer Day, closing arguments tonight at 7 p.m.
Crap, yeah.
Saturday is our Lego stream. That's the 28th. Monday, the 30th, he's doing Caitlin Armstrong, the Texas Love Triangle murder trial, day 1. And then he's got December 11th planned out already with Sarah Boone, day 1. Looks like Chandler's going to be on that one. Awesome.
Well.
Yes.
And if you want to continue to watch this trial, if Dave's not doing it, it will be on Baker's channel.
Yes. We will make sure that this trial gets covered for everybody one way or another. As soon as Baker gets healthy again and gets over his little man flu, he'll be doing it. And in the meantime, we'll make sure that we keep up on it.
All right.
Works for me.
Works for me.
Anything else, chat? Last chance.
Yeah. What you got?
We're gonna give you just a couple more seconds. I got shit I got to do still.
I know, me too.
Use on it just. That was the 28th, 4th already. Yeah, no kidding. We were just talking about this the other day. See, it's like it should be September still. This is getting ridiculous. All right. Well, I appreciate all of you, and we're gonna call it. Y'all have a beautiful day, and we'll see you probably later today on Dave's stream at 7.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah.
Somewhere.